how much Lagos State and by extension Nigeria has become that tech hub. So today is a gathering. It's for networking, it's for keynote addresses, it's for panel discussions, there's going to be deals, there's going to be learning, but we hope that as everyone comes together, that we take the ecosystem a notch higher and we're able to attract the kind of investments we want in our country and on our continent. So to set the agenda, to set the tone, it gives me great pleasure to invite the representative of the Director General and CEO of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi, who is ably represented by the Director, Corporate Planning and Strategy. Please put your hands together for Dr. Aristotle Onumo. A warm round of applause. Let's keep the applause going till he makes it on stage. I think we have more energy now. Let's give him that Lagos applause. Woo!
The Honorable Commissioner, distinguished guests, the esteemed panelists that are here this morning, both the funders and the innovators, and every one of us that have made it here again this morning, both those who were here yesterday and those who are coming for the very first time. I say good morning to everyone. I want to sincerely and in an excited mode to welcome every one of us to the second day of the Global Tech Africa Conference. It is both an honor and privilege to address you and welcome you to continue our exploration of the immense possibilities that lie within the intersection of technology, innovation, and economic development. As the compere earlier said, I'm here to represent my Director General, Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi, who is unavoidably absent at this particular occasion. Looking at the theme of the event, facilitating investment in Africa, digital economy, global collaboration, local transformation. This underscores the critical role of unity and strategic partnership in driving sustainable growth and development across the continent. Yesterday, for those of us who were here yesterday, we were able to set the stage with powerful discussion and insight, exchanges and discussions and panel conversations. I'm sure some of us that were here yesterday listened to Ralph Simon speak. How many of us were here yesterday? And listened to Simon, okay. Did you enjoy Ralph Simon's speech yesterday? Thank you very much. That was just the beginning. And I want to believe that today you are going to listen and hear greater and more inspiring speeches from our thought leaders, from our panelists, and from stakeholders in various discussion panels for today. We're also going to have a session on the women tech. We want to also use the opportunity as they have that conversation together to celebrate the indomitable spirit and incredible achievement of women in technology. As we listen to the stories of the trailblazing women who have shattered glass ceilings and redefined possibilities, we are also minded of the critical importance of diversity and inclusion. And that's one thing this particular conference has established. It has separated itself by creating a segment that's specifically designated for the women to have conversation, to have discussions, and also share their journeys, share their challenges, and also strategies for creating a more inclusive tech ecosystem. Also today, there are also some panels in EduTech. It is important that we all also look at education being a foundation upon which the future is being built. In that session, we will explore how cutting-edge innovation in EdTech are revolutionizing and also creating more access to education. From interactive AI platforms to various other ways and other means through which access to education have been massified, there are various engagements which we are going to discuss, and also to prepare our youth for the challenges of tomorrow. There is also a session where we are going to have the conversation on small and medium enterprises. We're also going to look at funding startups, and also transforming SME growth. Having understood that SME are the engine and the heartbeat of countries and economic development, it is important that the session focuses on startups that are driving the SME growth and the crucial role of funding in their respective journeys. We will also look at access to capital, which has posed a significant challenge. Yesterday, there was a conversation, the Security and Exchange Commission was here, the MOFI head was here, the Director General of NITDA was also here to have insightful discussions on the great opportunities that are available that startup and young entrepreneurs could take that opportunity and scale in their products and also massify their services. Whether it is our panel of industry leaders and funding experts will provide invaluable insight into the current landscape, share success stories, and highlight pathways to secure the necessary resources to fuel entrepreneurial ventures and stimulate economic development. There's also the session for masterclass, as we will be thrilled to offer a series of masterclass designed to equip those who will participate, practical skills, and deepen insights. These sessions are opportunities to engage with thought leaders and gain hands-on experience in areas critical to your personal and professional growth. You must not miss out in that particular session. Permit me to say a brief about the context of this particular conference. Global collaboration, local transformation. I would prefer to say global collaboration, local action, because the time for action is no other time but now. The theme of the conference itself resonates with a powerful truth, which is highly incontrovertible. Because as we come together to collaborate, there are essential ingredients, essential elements that will help us to prepare us to take the right kind of local action. By fostering partnership across borders, we can harness a wealth of knowledge, resources, and expertise to address local challenges and unlock new opportunities. The digital economy offers a unique platform for such collaboration, enabling us to connect, innovate, and thrive in a way that is unimaginable and we have not done in the recent past. So as we embark on this day of learning and networking, I encourage you all to engage deeply, ask questions, share your perspective. The GTA conference is just more than an event. It is a movement towards a brighter future, more inclusive digital future for Africa. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors, all our partners, and the organizing committee who has worked tirelessly to put this event together. Your dedication, your commitment, and your sacrifice is highly commendable and recognized. Your contributions are instrumental in driving this vision forward. Once again, welcome to the second day of GTA conference. Together, let us facilitate investment, foster innovation, and transform Africa's digital landscape through global collaboration and local action. Thank you very much for listening.
A warm round of applause for the representative of the DG NITDA, Dr. Aristotle Onumor. I love what you said about action, but for those of us who didn't attend yesterday, I just want us to repeat that theme, the theme of this year's conference. So when I say global, local, okay, we have to shout it louder so that the ones who didn't attend, they will all be keyed into it. So 1, 2, 3, global, local, thank you. We want to see a government that is working. Some will say, how long do you need? 100 days, 1 year. And we want to see receipts, as they say in local parlance. Show us doings, right? So the video that's about to play is going to show some action, some doing, some receipts of what this government, the Lagos State government, is doing through its Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment to ensure that the people of Lagos have the requisite skills so they are able to generate jobs, they're able to apply for jobs, they're able to function in this digital economy. And this really keys into the Themes Plus agenda by Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, which is very big on technology. So as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and a series of pictures, as we're going to see in this video, I dare say is worth 1 billion words. So I'd like you to keep your minds open, sit back, relax, and enjoy this video before we have our next speaker.
When we say Greater Lagos is rising, we need to walk the talk. When we say a brighter future is possible, we aim to achieve this. One of the ways we can achieve this is taking most of our youths, artisans, and the people in general out of poverty by empowering them. Join us as we walk the talk. Join us as we introduce Empower Lagos. This is a crucial initiative that aims to uplift your lives, my life, and the lives of Lagosians in general.
Lagos State remains the economic hub and economic capital of Nigeria. The state plays a pivotal role in the scheme of things in Nigeria's economy and Africa, and remains the focal point of economic activities. The state's gross domestic product, GDP, accounts for 26.9% of Nigeria's total GDP and more than 50% of non-oil GDP. Over 50% of Nigeria's oil industrial capacity is located in Lagos. Lagos State therefore remains the economic, financial, and commercial nerve center of Nigeria and ECOWAS. Therefore, for the administration of Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to keep developing the economy of the state remains a serious business. With the current dynamics in the world, it has become imperative that everyone has to be empowered in the state. This, the state, through the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, has put at the front burner by coming up with an initiative called Empower Lagos. Empower Lagos is an initiative aimed at unlocking economic potentials, fostering economic growth and development in Lagos State. It focuses on providing resources, training, and support to post-core members, local entrepreneurs, and small businesses and startups to stimulate innovation and job creation. Ultimately, it is about providing necessary tools, resources, and support needed to turn dreams into reality and ideas into thriving businesses. This initiative by the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment will focus on 3 aspects, which are training, empowerment, and support, and will also aim at developing 3 categories of people whom it is believed are very important in developing the economy of the state. Post-National Youth Service Corps NYSC members, artisans, and the small and medium entrepreneurs, SMEs. For the post-NYSC members, a test called GMATS will be conducted, which they will have to pass, after which successful candidates will be trained in mental health assessment. The ministry will get them employed in different organizations as interns, and the Lagos State government pays them while working as interns. These members will also serve as ambassadors of the Lagos State government. Meanwhile, the plan is to train 2,000 post-NYSC members. The essence is to prepare and groom them for the labor market. For the other category, which is the artisans, they will all be registered on an app created by the ministry known as Isheya Eko. The essence of this is to drive traffic of customers for the artisans, and also being registered or connected to the app will guarantee safety and good services for customers who patronize them. Furthermore, the artisans will be trained on phone etiquette and customer relations for 3 months. The target is to absorb and train 5,000 artisans. After the 3 months training, it is expected that the trained artisans will train another 10, and the chain goes on. It is hoped that with this initiative, within 36 months of starting the program, over 10,000 people would have been out of poverty in Lagos State. The small and medium enterprise falls into the third category, and the target is to support and train 3,000 members in this category. And like what will take place with the artisans, the trained SMEs will be expected to equally train 10 members, therefore creating a ripple effect. You call it train the trainer, we call it empowering Legoshi. The trained SME members will be monitored by consultants to ensure transparency and standard practice, and to ensure that the trained members actually train the expected 10 people. One thing about developing the economy through this initiative is that the government cannot do it alone. Hence, the need to partner with the private sector and other agencies. The ministry therefore plans to partner with banks and the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF, on accessing loans for the trained SMEs and the artisans. Basically, the key components of Empower Lagos is aimed at skills development, access to funding, mentorship program, and infrastructure development. By leveraging the state's vibrant and resilient population, this initiative aims to create a more inclusive and sustainable economic environment, ultimately contributing to the overall prosperity of Lagos and its residents. Empower Lagos will be more than just a program. It will be a movement towards a brighter future where opportunities are abundant and dreams are achievable. As Lagos continues to grow and evolve, so too will the impact of this remarkable initiative. Empower Lagos, empowering people, transforming lives, building a better tomorrow.
Are you a core member? Are you an artisan? Are you into small or medium-sized business? Do you want to become empowered? Then this is for you. Come on board, join us, be counted, be involved. This is a chance to enhance your knowledge, build capacities, and become self-reliant. Together, we can contribute to the overall prosperity of Lagos State.
can do better than that for Empower Lagos. I don't know about you, but when I was watching that video, there was a bit of hope, because sometimes dealing with these artisans, it can really be a lot. But seeing that the Lagos State government has identified some of those pain points where their customer service, so they won't tell you they are coming on Monday and they won't show up on Friday. So well done to the Lagos State government on that. And also seeing that a lot of times young people say there are no jobs. And they say that because the jobs that are out there require years and years of experience, which they don't have. But now Lagos State is saying, look, we're going to ensure that you have these years of experience and you're able to apply to those jobs. One more time, let's just applaud the efforts of the Lagos State government through the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. Now, as MC, I'm also going to double as the accurate timekeeper. So I implore all our speakers, I implore all our panelists and moderators to keep to time. We'll have time cards that will come to the middle. So in case you're forgetting how to read the time, you'll see them. And if you see me to your left, just know that the time is up. So we implore everyone, as we appreciate that people have made time out of their busy schedules to be here. Now, he needs no introduction. You've heard him speak. The only thing I'll say is I'll christen him Honorable Empower Akiyemi Bankole Ajigbotafe. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, as he makes his way to the stage. A warm round of applause. We appreciate the commitment of this government in engaging with the tech ecosystem, development partners, the diplomatic circle, and the private sector.
Please sit down. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, my own brother, Dr. Biodun Onoyele, my directors and head of units, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, Mr. Rashifu Inu Abdullahi, the Director of National Information Technology Development Agency, ably represented by Dr. Aristotle Onuwa, Director of Corporate National Information Technology. Gentlemen of the press, invited guests, and all participants. It is an honor to be here today at the Global Tech Africa Conference, a platform that brings together innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries across the continent. My name is Akiyemi Bankole Ajigbotafe, and I serve as the Honorable Commissioner of Lagos State, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. I am thrilled to have the opportunity to share with you the Empower Lagos program, an initiative that is close to the heart of His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Lagos State. What's the need for empowerment? Lagos State, the economic powerhouse of Nigeria, it's a land of immense potential and opportunity, with a population of over 27 million people and a projection of 35.8 million by 2030. Our vibrant city, it's a melting pot of cultures, ideas, and ambitions. However, alongside this immense potential lies the challenge of ensuring that our citizens, especially our youth, have the skills, opportunities, and support they need to thrive in a rapidly evolving economy. With a youth population from the age of 15 to 35, there are about 60% and an unemployment rate of 37.14% by the Lagos State Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. Lagos faces significant challenges despite a GDP growth rate of 4.13%. The Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, many of our residents, particularly the young, find themselves unemployed due to a lack of enough opportunities and skills gap. How do you close this? The unemployment crisis, a barrier to prosperity. The unemployment crisis in Lagos State is multifaceted, affecting individuals across various demographic groups. The consequences go beyond personal and finances, impacting the overall well-being of individuals and the prosperity of the state. This poses a significant challenge to the social fabric of Lagos State, preventing it from reaching its full potential as a global economic powerhouse. The need for a comprehensive solution. There's a need for a comprehensive solution focused on skill development, job creation, community engagement. How do you involve those people? We must all work together. How do you involve them? So it's a community challenge. We must get everybody involved. If you don't participate, how do we save people from poverty? So it concerns every one of us. Simply offering jobs is insufficient. Residents must be equipped with necessary skills and competencies for meaningful wealth creation and enhanced employability that will eventually contribute to the state's economic growth. Now we decided to introduce Empower Lagos. Empower Lagos is encompassing. Ministry of Wealth Creation covers every sector. So we must sieve and look out for people that need this job. And we must all work together to achieve this. In response to this challenge, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, approved the launch of the Empower Lagos program. This initiative highlights the premium importance that this government has placed on achieving the Think Plus agenda, particularly in ensuring gender equality, youth empowerment, and social inclusion for Lagos State residents. The Empower Lagos State initiative therefore aims to address critical employment and skills gaps among individuals and small and medium-sized businesses in Lagos State, to provide suitable and sustainable solutions to boost economic growth and alleviate unemployment by preparing the working population for the current and future economic needs in the state. And thirdly, is to create sustainable wealth for a minimum of 10,000 beneficiaries across all industries with adequate measures put in place to ensure each beneficiary trains at least 10 individuals. When we train you, give you all the skills that is needed, support you with funds, and make sure we pick the best out of it. Make sure we put the best in you. We handhold you to be successful in whatever field you find yourself. And you're expected to train another 10. We will make sure that the first set of people we pick, they are successful in that business. And you're expected to pick another 10, and that's how it will be involved. In the same condition, we go to that 10. So by the time we do this in the next 24, 36 months, we have taken thousands, if possible millions of people out of poverty. So this is the whole plan. We want something that is sustainable. You know, the government have been working in the past. They've been training people, but how sustainable is it? So that's why we put our wits and strategy together to see how we can make sure that we support you, not just about training you and leave you to fizzle in the air. We must handhold you to make sure you're successful in whatever training or skills we'll give to you. This comprehensive initiative is designed to tackle the critical issues of unemployment, underemployment, and economic inequality by equipping our people with the skills, resources, and opportunities they need to succeed. Please allow me to give you an overview of what this program entails. First is the Employability Skill Program. We are providing employability training to a minimum of 2,000 first-degree holders. This includes 3 weeks of intensive training, followed by a graduate internship placement program called GIPP, with organization for 4 months during the internships. Beneficiaries will receive stipends, and there's this potential for permanent employment based on their performance. Additionally, a minimum of, before I talk about, it's not just about we making the job available for them. You know, sometimes they've all gone to school, and when they come out of schools, you know, they need this engagement. We need to engage them, change their mentality, you know, let them know, like the ones that have chosen to work in the the ones that want the white-collar jobs. So we must train them, give them the soft skills that they need, like from verbal reasoning, quantitative reasoning, entrepreneurial skills, and employability soft skill, including the GMAT as well. So we must put them through that. And there's another one Mr. Governor has approved. No, additionally, we're training a minimum of 200 beneficiaries, and this one will undergo specialized ICT training, and it comes with international certification, because now the world is going, it's a global tech is what is in vogue now. You can see what is happening with AI and the rest. So we're doing a test running with about 200 to train people in ICT. It's not just by retraining you. We're going to support you with a laptop too, to make sure that you are best in it, and it's coming with certification. So we're training you first on data analytics and web development. So these are the first things that we're putting to test to see how they're going to work. And after this, it will be a thing that will be evolving. We can't do it alone as a government. We need support from the private sector and other people out there from different foundations. How do we engage these people? So how do we train them? So you can get employed, you can stay here in Nigeria and get employed in America as long as you know what you're doing. So these are the skills we're putting in place. So we're trying to discourage jackpot syndrome, that everybody wants to run, you think you go there. When you get there too, it's not as easy as you think. So we must build our own economy, we must build our people here. So whatever they're running down there to get, we'll put all that in place for them to get skilled, and so that they can render service from here and work abroad. So all these things is what we are putting in place, and with the support of Mr. Governor, we look forward to do more in the coming years. Then we have vocational skills development program. For a minimum of 5,000, artisans and tradesmen, we offer vocational training and equipment grants. This component is open to both graduates and non-graduates, ensuring inclusivity and broad-based impact. What is this all about? The 5,000 artisans we're looking at to train. You get them like this, like the lady here was talking about the artisan. They can be so rude when you call them. They can disappoint you. And why? Because the gap is there. We don't train. What skills do they have? When you go outside Nigeria, they don't treat you like that. When they'll give you time and they keep to that time. So we must treat them and let them know customer comes first. No, sometimes when you call them, they're so rude on phone. We have to train them from the phone etiquette to customer relation and the rest and all. So these are the skills we are putting in place. And some of them, they are not well trained. They are not well equipped. We're working to train them. Aside from the soft skill, we're making sure we make provision for the equipment they will need to use as well. So we make sure that they are successful in that field. We can, just like the vulcanizer on the road. Why are you staying on the road? We can get you a shop. We can get you an outlet that you can put, people can come, you can book appointment. We can give you all the machines that you need to make you successful. And that's the same effort and money we're going to invest in this person. You're going to turn it over by training another 10. So you must be successful. So we can pick a vulcanizer from the road and make sure you have your own outlet. And these are things we intend to do over years, and we are taking a lot of them off the street. It's not everything we have to enforce, but how do we engage them? We need to engage that. So these are things we are putting in place. When we train one, putting this investment in you, multiply by 5,000. And after training these people for a period of time, you expect to train another 10. So 5,000 multiplied by 10. So that at the same time, we train every quarter, we're training like 50,000 people. And check what the turnout will be in the next 36 months. So this is what will continue going on and on and on. And this is what Mr. Governor has approved, by the grace of God we are achieving. So that's for the artisan. And the third component is the entrepreneurship skills. The same program we have for the artisan is similar to what we have for the small, medium enterprise and all. So what are we doing? So many people say, some people are out of school and say, I don't want to work for anybody. I think I'm good at this skill. I want to become this. I want to become a caterer. I want to do this. I want to make hair. I want to do this. We'll support you. It's just everybody that want to go to school. So once you come with your idea, we'll buy it and see how we can support you. We'll train you and at the same time support you with fun. If you have a business plan that goes beyond, LSTF is an agency under my ministry. We're starting from a nano, even as small as 50,000. Based on your capacity, we can support you, even to the tune of 5 million naira. So whatever your business plan is, if it goes beyond the 5 million,
put it, we can work with a commercial bank, we can work with microfinance bank and see how we can have a spread for you so that you can succeed. And that is what we're doing. We must make sure you succeed in that business. So once you succeed, then you are to train another 10. You're not just training them and let them fizzle in the hair. We're going to get, there will be counselors that will guide them and people that will monitor them as well to make sure they come to class, they do things that you've said you're going to do, put it in place. So you must be successful, and that is my drive and that is my goal. So doing this, we're supporting you, we're not leaving you to yourself. The government has been doing it in the past, training people and leave them to themselves. No. I am saying no to that. The government of Babajide Sanwo-Olu is saying no to that. That we must make sure that we have and hold you to success and support you with whatever is required as long as you're shortlisted. And we said we're going to train you. You must be successful in that field. So, concerning the 3,000 small-scale business, we're starting with those ones. And you must be business owner with entrepreneurship and training and startup capital that I've said earlier on. The initiative fosters, this fosters innovation, self-reliance, and economic diversification. There's also youth empowerment in blighted areas. We're picking all these boys because they get so frustrated and you see them on the street taking drugs and doing all kinds. They don't even have a future. They don't even know what they want to do. So there's a plan. We're picking these people in blighted areas. We'll pick them and engage them and find out what they need. I visited the place, a dump somewhere in Alimosho in the Abulegba area. You know, I had to go in there and find out what is going there. I realized that it's another world entirely. You know, they even give birth there. And they have to engage the youth. Why are you people living here? Why? You know, some of them are like, look, I don't want to go to school. I want to learn how to sew. I want to learn how to do this. So that's the effort we make. And the government can do it alone. The CDA, the Community Development Association, can help us to sift these people out, get them engaged, bring them to us. We'll see how we can support them. So the young ones taking drugs and all that. So we're going to pick them from the street, get them engaged, and make sure we support them. We support them with funds, with skills, or whatever they require to do. So that is part of the youth empowerment in blighted areas. So we're to recognize the unique challenges faced by the youths in unserved communities. We are offering special training programs and seed funding to help them build sustainable livelihoods. And then the POS machine and startup need support too. Like the ones that want to start small, you know, easy transaction, having the POS, we're supporting them too, and we're working to empower 1,425 youths in a couple of months, and that will be done. So we're going to do that one across the 20 LGAs and 37 LCDAs in Lagos State. It does not end there. We have also provided some additional initiatives. The Empower Lagos program also features job fairs to be held twice a year, where job seekers can connect with potential employers after completing our employability skills development program. We're doing this if we're bringing the job seekers and people that are offering jobs, we're bringing them together. So there's going to be a job fair. The graduates will come with your CV or whatever you have. You come, and the ones seeking jobs, will bring them to different organizations, we bring them together. So you come, we collaborate with them and see the ones that need jobs, they will go there in whatever field or whatever professional discipline you come out from school with. You go there and you see how, you know, just something like this will, you know, bring everybody together to see how we can pick them and support them and make sure they get a job. So our finishing school, we also ensure our beneficiaries are fully prepared to enter the workplace and hit the ground running. All round up. Okay. So now let us talk about the need for collaborative partnership, which is the key to success. The success of initiatives such as the INS on collaborative partnership that bring together government authorities, local businesses, training institutions, local and international organizations, and community leaders to create a supportive ecosystem for capacity development, gainful employment, and sustainable wealth creation. The purpose of this engagement is to inform you of how the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, under the leadership of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and all associated relationship partners, we collaborate to deliver this mandate. At this point, you all agree with me that to achieve these ambitious goals, we need the support and collaboration of key stakeholders. I therefore stand before you today to extend an invitation to partner with us on this transformative journey. Here's how you can get involved. is by being internship providers. We invite organizations to join our graduate internship placement program. By offering internship, you will gain access to a pool of well-trained, motivated individuals who can bring fresh perspective and energy to your business. This partnership not only enhances your corporate social responsibility, but also provide a potential pipeline for future talent. Sponsoring donor agencies, individuals is also a way to get involved. I'm sorry, that's why I have to talk about this one. That is why I'm here. The success of the Empower Lagos program relies on adequate funding. We're seeking financial support in addition to seed capital provided by Mr. Governor to cover consultancy, tuition, operational expenses for our upcoming program and subsequent initiatives. Your investment will directly impact thousands of lives, fostering economic empowerment and social stability in Lagos State. Well, what will be the impact of the collaboration? What we're trying to get from this is, by collaborating with us, you are not just investing in a program. You are investing in the future of Lagos State and Nigeria. You are contributing a legacy of empowerment, resilience, and prosperity. Together, we can create an environment where every individual can reach their full potential, drive economic growth, and contribute to a thriving society. In closing, I urge you to join us in this mission. Let us harness the power of collaboration, innovation, and shared vision to build a brighter future for all. Your support can make a tangible difference, transforming lives and communities. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to forging strong partnership that will drive the Empower Lagos initiative forward. Together, we can empower people, enrich our state, and inspire the continent. Please feel free to partner with us in delivering on this noble mandate. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What a perfect way to end. Igbega Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Àjùmọ̀ṣe ni o. The upliftment of the state of Lagos is our collective responsibility. One more time, a warm, resounding round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, Lagos State, Honorable Empower Akinyemi Bankole Ajigbatafe. Thank you very much. And we know there are members of the private sector here that are looking to collaborate, to work together with government. And I know you're still going to be around, so you can approach the Honorable Commissioner and we can see how we can get jobs to our teeming youth. We're moving to the next thing on our agenda, which is a conversation, and our guest will be joining us virtually. Again, for those who have just joined us, let's just put our phones on silent or vibrate mode. We don't want any ringtones going off, no matter how funky they are. And when you are posting on social media, please use our hashtags GTA Conference, and GTA Conference 2024. It gives me great joy to introduce our guest joining us virtually, Anna Sophie Herken, and she's worked internationally in various fields, including the private sector, international organizations, the German government, and academia. She's also helped with preparations for the 2004 G8 Summit, and she has attended a number of conferences at the European Union, the EU, the United Nations, such as the World Summit on Sustainable Development between 2005 and 2008, where she worked for the World Bank inspection in Washington, D.C. She's also worked on projects in India, Africa, and Eastern Europe before she moved to London, where she joined the office of the Secretary General at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Now, from 2011 to 2016, she was Managing Director of the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin, after which she moved into the private sector as Chief Financial Officer at HPC, that's Hassel Partner Capital in Germany. Now, she's on the board of trustees of the Albright Foundation, which champions women and diversity in executive business positions, the supervisory board of the International Rescue Committee in Germany. She's also a member of the Members Assembly of Save the Children Germany, a member of Generation CEO, a network of leading women managers, a member of the Board of Trustees of the European Business Ethics Network Deutschland, and an alumna of Stiftung des Deutschen Volkes. Anna-Sophie Herken is a German-Swedish national and has 2 children. She lives with her family in Berlin, and it's our honor and privilege to welcome her to day 2 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. A warm round of applause. Let's show her that Lagos, Nigeria hospitality. Now, to moderate this conversation, I have the honor of calling a woman who is accomplished in many sectors, including communications, the media, banking, and the private sector. Join me in welcoming Arise TV host, Rolake Filani Akinkugbe. A warm round of applause for her as she makes her way to the stage. I think we can give the applause higher. Let's applaud her. Let's make her feel welcome. Let's make her feel special. She will be moderating this conversation, which looks at breaking down barriers, championing diversity, equity, and inclusion, DE&I in tech investment.
Good afternoon or morning. Almost afternoon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rolake Akinkugbe Filani. Just thought I would clarify that. We're actually meant to be having 2 guests here today, in addition to Anna. So it's just going to be me and the virtual participant. Hope you can hear me there, Anna. Just want to do a sound check. Perhaps we can have a bit of volume. Anna, can you hear? Yes. Yes, if we can take the volume up a bit more, that would be fantastic. Okay, great. You can hear me? Yes. Fantastic. Anna, yes, you can see me. We're in a room of maybe about 200 people, and the topic is diversity, energy, and inclusion insofar as investing in women and tech is concerned. I just thought I would set the scene a bit here and talk about what is happening on our own continent. So, the global finance gap for female entrepreneurs is about $1.7 trillion. In Africa alone, businesses led by women accounted for only 1.5% of the total funds that were raised by startups for a 5-year period from 2019 to 2023. And the numbers are still dwindling. So beyond the rhetoric and the clamor and push for more female representation and leadership in the C-suite, there is a problem in how we're directing capital flows to the female economy. And this is one of the things we want to discuss here today. So Anna, the very first question I want to ask you is what GIZ, as a German government organization, is doing to close that financing gap for women-owned and gender-focused investments on the continent.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I also thank you also for the long introduction. There's actually one important point that I've been to the Global Tech last year. I really loved it so much, so I'm really apologetic that I'm signing in from my application actually from Sweden. So we're doing a lot. Actually, let me go one step before, because the interesting thing is when we talk about these numbers, to be honest and frank, they're not much better in Europe. So we're pretty much, sort of, when we work with GIZ in Africa, I sometimes think we're actually having to tackle the same problems at home. But what strikes me most is also like when I sort of, I'm really quite active in that field, when I just think about today, if you think about that there's been so many women that have shaped the digital world and investing, from computer technology to modern AI innovations, and it always strikes me that there's so many names. I've heard of Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Wallace, for example. They're very important mathematicians that I just learned about last year, and they were crucial for the first moon landing. But even if you talk about tech area today, I don't know if you've heard about Hedy Lamarr. She co-invented the precursors for the Wi-Fi. So I think as we sit here at the Global Tech Africa conference, we really sort of have to honor all these conventions that come from women. And then you just mentioned in your introduction, despite all these inventions, how can it be that women have no seat at the table, and that most countries, and in some like the least developed countries, over 70% of women do not even have any access to digital transformation opportunities. And I think this is sort of where we also start working from GIZ. This is something to really put at the core of every project that we do, that we really try to look at how is it affecting women. And usually what we do is when we develop projects, we always have like two types. Either we really develop projects that we target women and try to increase access to tech, to whatever opportunity, or even if it's not like a target project, we always try to measure what's the impact on women. So, and on diversity, by the way, much more broader. So we try to look at, if we do a project, how can we go in and build like sub-projects that we make sure that at the end, sort of diversity is part of the project.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. A round of applause for her. And I'm just going to do a house check. Are we able to hear her well in the house? Yes, pretty much. Okay, so Anna, there were two things you mentioned. You focus on projects that target women, and you also focus on projects that women are running. So can I ask you, based on the work you actually do on the continent in Africa, if you have examples from Nigeria, what are some of the barriers that are hampering the ability of women-owned or women-focused enterprises in attracting funding and capital?
I think there are so many barriers. I think one barrier, for example, that when we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, I think it's always sort of to talk about, on the one hand, it's very important that something more compassion, like you said, this is like more equality, fairness issue. But I think what it lacks is the awareness that it's also a business issue. So if you look at all the studies numbers, you can clearly see that having more diversity in your core teams, in the leadership teams, you create better products, increase, I think, the performance by 25%. There's so many studies. And I think this is something we probably all need to think about when we talk about it. It's a matter of justice, fairness, but it's also a matter of business performance. And also what strikes me a lot, I think there's no big difference actually, no matter where you go, this unconscious bias thing. And I think that's something we also have to think about, that we have all of us. And probably me who's been dealing with that subject for so many years, you always have unconscious bias. You think that women have to be new to the project, not be as performative, but also the whole structural barriers. So the whole, like, if you're the tech industry, totally sort of, it's like a male role. So the structures are inhibiting diverse teams to really rise and be more performant.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very interesting point on unconscious bias, because one of the stories we often hear about how women entrepreneurs are able to access funding is issues around perception. So this perception that somehow women have, for instance, financial sponsors or backers and are not really the ones in the driving seat. The other problem we often hear from this market, especially for women who are seeking funding from banks and debt, is the issue of collateral and access to security and collateral because of ownership and title issues. So I think when you look at the structural issues and the unconscious bias issues, are there ways in which we can actually tackle the unconscious bias issues? Most people would argue that we know how to deal with the structural issues, but how do you actually tackle unconscious bias in the financing or decision-making process insofar as lending or investing in women-run enterprises is concerned? Yeah.
That's an excellent question, because even internally discussing the same. So you can have any unconscious bias to a certain limit. You can train people, but I also think you always have to combine it with policy and, for example, with peer quotas. So just saying that X amount of your funds have to go to women-led startups, for example. So I think you have to always sort of combine both clusters. Work on the unconscious bias part by training, by awareness raising, but then So I think it always has to come with like clear numbers so that you really say, you are not only going to get support, you do ABC in a measurable term and include diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you, Anna. I think one of the other points is actually having more women in decision-making roles with regards to capital and funding. And I'm going to maybe just maybe do something slightly different. I want to take a short poll in the room. How many female-run enterprises or female business owners do we have in the room at the moment? Okay, we have a few. Anna, there's about 3 or 4 hands that have gone up. So I'm going to take the prerogative, and I want to give an opportunity for one of those female business owners to please ask a question, maybe around some of the challenges you face in running your business or raising capital or funding from your business. Is there anybody who would like to maybe ask a question? Do we have anyone? The lady over there? Yes, we have a hand. Can we just get a mic? A round of applause for her. Please let us know your name as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Isimeme White. I work for Genius Hub, a social enterprise. We are a human capital development organization, and one of the challenges we face, and we've been on ground for let's say 10 years plus now, and I noticed corporate governance has been a major issue with the startup we work with directly. And my question to her is, are there mechanisms that are easy to follow to help to reduce the stress MSME has to go through to put system and structure in place?
Okay.
Because that's one area I see that is very difficult to attract opportunities and to attract funding.
Okay, thank you very much. Isimeme White.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Isimeme White, for your question. So Anna, I'm not sure you'd have heard that, but the question was around corporate governance. She's a female business owner. I think she runs a social enterprise, and she wants to know what advice you would give for structure and putting systems in place, particularly around corporate governance, because that seems to be an issue insofar as attracting funding and investment is concerned.
And you mean that in terms of corporate governance for your own company, so what is happening structured in your own company? Is that
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Again, I'm always a big fan of numbers, quantifiable measurable KPIs. So if you in our experience, or my experience in the private sector, what we always did is that we always put up numbers, like targets. We said, in the leadership team, we have to have X numbers for women. If it's not 50, we want to reach 50%, and then we always identify the path. So for every sort of level in the company, we just clearly said, this is what we want in terms of diversity, and we always also develop pipelines. So we said, for each position, we have to have in mind who could come next, and then we always have to have also a balanced pipeline for people. This is what we did. And then in addition, what we did is we did this unconscious bias training, which, again, I think it helps, but it does not eliminate unconscious bias totally, because I think you always come to the point where you think, oh, I don't have any bias, but probably every human being has. So I think if you have these, I really have a number part plus the training part.
Okay, thank you. So,
what the composition is, how many women are in what ranks. It's an important part. So you would have difficulty giving money again before I also mentioned capital. I would always look at the number of women and what kind, and not only start at the bottom level, but really at the leadership level. And if there are not enough women, I would just try.
thank you very much. So there's the training, there's the numbers. Please, a round of applause for her. And I think one of the things that she'd mentioned insofar as corporate governance is when we often look at representation, it's not just representation in the workforce, but the diversity at different levels of the workforce. So I think we have about 10 minutes left. I'll take one more question. But Anna, I'd like to come to you. you know, we often talk about women in the context of the biases and what society is doing, what lenders are not doing, what investors should do more of. But I wondered whether you could also speak to the women folk. There is a perception that women generally are more risk averse, that they have a lower risk appetite, they're less willing to venture out. Some of that may be stereotypical, but have you found in your assessment of female-led enterprises that these things are actually true? And if so, help us understand what some of the underlying factors behind that may be and what you can do to really empower women to be willing to take more calculated risks.
I think you just mentioned the right calculated risk. So again, this is not just because it could be stereotypical, but I always found women not to be risk averse, but certainly they're much more aware of the risks that they're taking, which I think is very positive. And again, I think in the end, it's not only about having only women, it's about the right mix of people. So I think it's like when you have somebody who's taking calculated risks, sometimes it's hard for different people. You know, you have somebody who's taking calculated risks, you have the person who's a risk taker, and then you have the usual person, usually it's like the lawyer and the team who's like seeing risk everywhere. So I think it's about the mix, and I think this is what it's all about. So this is not about having only women, it's just like having enough women, at least half, and then have the right mix of people. And in my sort of experience, I don't think that there is averse, but sometimes I think we have a tendency to meet myself. We need a lot of facts to come to a conclusion, but then you take the risk. But you're not like just taking it. So I think you learn how to be exhausting, like you're really trying. Sometimes you need a bit more data together to really feel comfortable.
Thank you very thank you very much. The importance of data. So I guess a final question for you before I take one more question from the floor is, are there specific dynamics today in the tech industry that lend themselves, in terms of innovation, emerging trends, that lend themselves to the rise and emergence of female business owners? So for instance, people often say, if we take a sector like the energy sector, traditionally male-dominated, but with the emergence of clean tech, it's actually opened up the opportunity for more women to come into that ecosystem. So what trends do you think will support more diversity, equity, and inclusion of women in the tech industry?
I think that again, I would be actually much more curious to hear from you what you think would work in Nigeria, for example. But I think usually, I think there's a demographic thing that is like diversity is rising everywhere. And I also think that you really have the government policies and regulations to create level playing field. I think you have more and more investors requesting more diverse teams. So I think there's certainly, if you look at the framework conditions, there's more and more focus on diversity and inclusion. So I think it will rise automatically. But I don't know what's your perception in Nigeria. I mean, that's my perception, but I certainly, I from my previous role, but also now from the GIZ role. So it would be interesting to hear what you think.
Okay, well, I'll give an opportunity for anyone in the audience who would probably like to contribute to that comment. Anna has asked us what we think based on our own local context. Is there anyone willing to perhaps share a thought or two? Man or woman? Nobody? Anybody? Well, maybe...
What would be the one thing that you would ask for? What do you think? You would have one measure to create more diversity in tech. What would it be? If you have like a wish list, what would it be? What do you think helps most?
Okay, so anybody in the audience here? There's a lady there. Yeah, we can't hear.
I think she already touched it a bit because she spoke about policy changes that could happen. I think that would be quite helpful. But also, and it's at all stage too. So you need policy guidance that says, okay, if there are no female at the top, for example, for funding. So, and it cuts across everything. So both funding, at funding stage, and VCs would need to say, okay, I want to fund more female-led, or at least have fund startups that have female at the top or on their board. Just being more conscious, and then even governmental policies, because in the end, it drives how the private industry starts to act. So if there are governmental policies that are pushing for female inclusiveness, it would trickle down to the private sector too. So I think policy is the major thing. If there are policies from the government and then the private sector to start standing up, and at all levels, so funding, whatever it is you're doing, policy change will definitely have a strong effect.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, what's your name?
Oh, Anita.
Anita, thank you very much, Anita. So Anna, I think her focus was around the policy changes that need to happen at the public sector level. And that will then drive the change that's necessary, because the private sector cannot do it alone. But the other thing I would also add in there is that we actually need to make a stronger economic and business case for why women should be included. So it's not a sentimental argument, it's not an emotional argument, but here are the facts, here are the results. You know, in development finance, you have what is called results-based financing. If you can demonstrate how women contribute to the economy, then that certainly strengthens your case. Some closing thoughts from you, Anna, because we've pretty much run out of time. Any final thoughts you'd like to leave us with?
This is my background thing, and I also think that hesitates of policy of clear quotas, and then again always push the business case, because at the end, this is what really convinces people. So I think probably the mix of things that we need to do.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And because BOI were actually meant to be on this segment, they're not able to, I just wanted to mention two important things that the Bank of Industry, which is one of our development finance institutions here in Nigeria, is doing. In March this year, BOI disbursed $6.02 million out of its $10 million investment commitment to Alethea Fund in supporting gender equality and women financial inclusion. Alethea Fund is also pioneering a $100 million gender lens fund that invests in women-owned, women-led, or women-servicing companies across varying sectors. They're also working with the Africa Development Bank on its AFAWA initiative, a Pan-African initiative to bridge the $42 billion financing gap. And one of the ways they do that is that they provide guarantees for loans from commercial banks to women-focused business. So hopefully, with a combination of the work BOI and others around the world are doing, including GIZ, we can really help to close this gap. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in thanking Anna, all the way there, our virtual participant. A round of applause. Anna, I hope you can feel the love and the energy from the room. And maybe we'll send you some Nigerian jollof as a sign of thank you. Thanks a lot. It's been my pleasure to anchor this conference. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
In addition, we can also warmly applaud the expert job done by our moderator, Rolake Akinkugbe Filani. Thank you for engaging the audience, for asking those questions, and really driving those issues to the forefront. I was just sitting there, and I didn't raise my hand on time, but I was just thinking that for women who want to transition into tech, it will really help if we had more female accelerators that help you not just with the training, but also with the finance. So having accelerators that understand some of the issues that women go through and make that transition into tech a whole lot easier. Thank you so much for that wonderful engagement. Now we'll move to the next item on our agenda, but just before we do that, I just want to feel the pulse in the room. So global, local, Yes, global collaboration, local transformation. Again, when you're sharing your pictures, videos, please use our hashtags GTA, GTA Conference, and GTA Conference 2024. Now, a lot of people in tech keep saying, where's the money? How do we make our businesses, our startups very attractive for the kind of funding that sometimes doesn't come from Nigeria, but from other parts of the world? And I know you'll be interested in this next presentation, which looks at charting the path where US firms and funds are investing across Africa. So about that USD coming into the continent. And to lead us with that presentation, I'd like you to warmly applaud as I welcome partner at Cross Boundary Advisory Nigeria, Nneka Chime. She comes with a lot of experience. She's an active angel investor. She comes with experience in investment, an MBA at Harvard, a degree in engineering, lots of experience leading high-performing teams. I think with all those qualifications, and I'm not done, that the applause can swell. Let's applaud her as she makes her way to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, or actually it's just afternoon. Afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here today to speak to you about this really important topic. Unfortunately, I only have 30 minutes, so I don't think I can cover everything related to investing and US investment in Africa in that time, but I'll definitely do my best. I had some slides, so are they loading? Okay, yes, thank you. Before we dive in, I'll just briefly introduce myself. So as Isabella mentioned, I'm Nneka Chime. I'm a partner at a firm called Cross Boundary Advisory, and we are an investment and advisory firm that is really focused on attracting investment into underserved markets globally. So I've been in the investment industry for about 10 years now and have advised a lot of transactions across different segments in tech, so health tech, clean tech, fintech, advising investors, governments, donors, thinking of how to really realize impactful opportunities in this space. So across Boundary, we have 24 offices across the globe. So we're in global underserved markets. We have 10 offices across Africa, but are also in the US, in London, in Dubai. So those kind of like global financial centers, because we see our role as sort of bridging that gap and helping to attract investment to where it can drive impact. So we've advised on over 11 billion in transactions since our inception in 2011. And yeah, so proud to have advised on deals. Yeah, it's a lot. Thank you. It's not easy. And have executed a mandate in over 75 countries, at least 20 of which are in Africa. So, really bringing investment into really difficult markets. Nigeria is one of the easiest ones. We're in places like DRC, Iraq, for example. So yeah, really doing the difficult work. So other slides coming up. So as a consultant, I can't really function without my slides. So waiting to have them up. Yeah, okay, we can just go on to the next. Yeah, okay, so today I'll be speaking to you on, yeah, okay. So yeah, I'll be speaking about the tech ecosystem from a venture perspective, so sort of looking at the sectors that have been driving investment trends. We'll look at some trends in capital flows and kind of where they're heading, the critical role they're playing, and how I see them being able to like shape development. We'll look at key factors influencing capital allocation decisions. And then I'll also spend some time talking about US investment specifically and some of the initiatives that the US government is implementing to try to kind of deepen that two-way trade and investment relationship. So we'll share some opportunities there that hopefully will be relevant to the audience here today. Yeah, so just moving on swiftly. So technology is kind of everything, right? So it's very cross-cutting. So it applies to, a lot of industries. So we have fintech, there's health tech, there's edutech, agri-tech, climate tech. So tech really can apply to every industry. So just, underscore the vast potential it has to enhance the overall ecosystem So these are some names you've probably heard about. Some of them are companies that I've supported. We'll speak a bit more about Elara Health up there towards the end of the presentation, for example. So even in the creative space as well, so creative tech, I guess, also emerging. So tech is kind of everywhere. So it's like, how can we use this to really like enhance impact and development? So looking at the African tech ecosystem, so in 2023, Africa was able to attract a total of around $4.5 billion. So it sounds like a lot, but it was actually a decline from 2022 and the first decline that we're seeing in a decade. So, hoping that the trend will be reversed because 30% is kind of a significant decline for a region that is looking to, really accelerate and pick up the pace. So of this 4.5 billion, so the most deals were actually in Nigeria, but if you look at the numbers closely, Nigeria actually has the smallest in terms of value. And then places like South Africa, Kenya, and Egypt as well. So we're really seeing that these are sort of the key markets that have been attracting the most tech investments across Africa. So, 45 billion sounds like a lot, but it really was only 2% of global VC funding, which when you think of the fact that Africa is home to almost 20% of the global population, is just really disproportionate. So there's room to do more. We need to pick up that proportion. So out of the total amount coming to Africa, an even smaller fraction went to startups, right? So around 11% went to startups. These are deals raising less than 5 million. And just given the landscape of our country, most opportunities are in that small space, right? We have lots of SME startups really trying to grow, but not really being well served by the funding that is available out there. So a very small fraction going to startups. So, but startups actually have enormous potential to address the demand for tech-enabled services, really across different critical areas. So looking at things like savings, for example, so you can see the savings rates very low in developing countries compared to just using the US as a benchmark here, and even lower if you zoom in on Africa alone in the developing country sort of segment. Things like lending as well, digital payments, logistics. You can see the trade, inter-regional trade costs as a percentage of the value of goods being transported. So just really astronomical in Africa. Things like healthcare, you can almost not even see the bar for sub-Saharan Africa in terms of the doctors per 1,000 of population. And then looking at productivity as well, so on the very right-hand side, you basically can't even see the bar for Africa. So a lot of room for tech to come in and just really help to start closing some of these development gaps that we have. So despite the high potential and the relatively high activity in the startup space, so we can see that in Africa, so around 1,600 startups move. So kind of like a relatively high activity, but on the right-hand side you can see very low funding compared to other regions. So limited funding for startups, despite their really immense potential to unlock these impact gains I spoke about earlier on. So anyway, all to say we can really do more. So the overall penetration is really low. So lots of opportunities to start bringing more capital to areas where it can be impactful. So what are some of the reasons why the overall investment is low and why it has even shrunk in 2023? So from the data we even have so far in 2024, just the first half of the year, we're already seeing like a 50% decline compared to the same period last year. So the numbers are not looking good for 2024. And so what are some of the reasons why? So, well, there are global tailwinds actually. So globally high interest rates, inflation is global, valuations are high. So due to global tailwinds, money is actually leaving Africa and going to other regions. So the thing about capital is that capital, likes returns. So capital goes to where it can attract the most returns. And relatively right now, other markets and even developed markets are just looking more attractive. So capital is actually flowing to those areas. And in terms of the tailwinds in Africa, depreciation, so investors like stability. They like being able to predict how much am I going to get out if I make this investment, which has been really tough, not just in Nigeria, but really across Africa. So currency depreciation has been a big one. So actually stability is probably more important than the actual value of the currency. So hoping we get to a place where we can have predictability and kind of like more stability, even if the value is not where we would want it to be. And then, yeah, so lots of companies actually, like closing shops. So just a very difficult environment that we're in. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Can we go back? Sorry, is anyone there? What's going on? Okay, thank you. So despite the challenging environment, so we're still seeing that US investors and companies, they're still interested, there's still some activity, and there's still potential to do even more. So just a snapshot of some investors that are active here. Advised some of these investors through my role. I know some are looking at Africa, and there's a lot of pent-up demand actually. So what you don't see on this chart is, investors that are saying they're just waiting to get some comfort and certainty, and then they're willing to invest more, right? So we have some that are already here dipping their toes, but we also have pent-up demand that can really be unlocked once we have starting to see certain things in the policy environment that just gives them comfort to come in. And then from a company perspective as well, still seeing some US companies, some not listed here in the entertainment space as well. So the creative sector really gaining some tailwinds, for example, the likes of Netflix, Amazon Prime, Paramount. So still seeing US firms that are still, here, still being resilient and still, being on this journey with us, because we're on a journey and it will take time, but we will get there. So yeah, in terms of where the funding is going to, so most investment has gone more towards fintech. So as you can see, so both in terms of deal volume and deal value. Excuse me. And then also we have e-commerce, enterprise, health tech, clean tech, agri-tech, others. So, just again speaking to the theme of tech just being really cross-cutting, but in terms of where the money is flowing to, so fintech has attracted the most interest, and Nigeria and Lagos, really a fintech hub, so really standing out globally, which, is a testament to the innovation of the people of Nigeria and Lagos. So yeah, so we had a session on gender diversity just before this, so this is also quite timely. So looking at where the capital is going to from a gender lens, so most, really going towards male-founded tech companies. But we actually see that the gender disparity, due to a lot of the hard work that various groups have put in, from policies to investor preferences, so we're seeing the gap starting to shrink a little bit. And so this 27% is in terms of deal volume. So when you look at value, this actually reduces by about half. So meaning that a lot of the female companies raising funding are actually raising smaller amounts compared to their male counterparts. And this also just considers any company that has at least one woman in the founding team, so not necessarily an all-female founding team, but just at least one woman. And to Anna's point earlier, it's more about having gender diverse and balanced teams than all-female teams, right? Because there's a boost from just having a balanced team. So we're not saying all women, we actually want the male perspective as well. Yeah, so let me come to the US capital piece now as well. So, why US capital? What can US capital do for Africa's tech scene? So beyond just, bringing investment that is, needed, as I've highlighted earlier on. So investment also comes in market access. So when US investors invest, they can also lift up the companies they're investing in by providing, market access for the goods and services that those companies are producing. So really deepening that two-way trade and investment and leading to, just a virtuous cycle of prosperity. We also have skills and knowledge transfer. So investors, some are hands-on. They want to make sure their investment succeeds, right? So they're going to, work with the companies they're investing in to just upskill them and transfer skills and knowledge. Job creation, of course, and then also impact as well. So US capital, a lot of investors will typically, have metrics around impact as well, and then they also enable the companies they invest in to start to see things that way. So I think as Anna was saying, so if they mandate as an investor, when she was a VC, that the companies have women in their leadership team. Then the companies start to see it as important, then they, kind of imbibe that value, and then in that way they improve. So there are also social benefits beyond just the value of the capital that is brought in, which is why I'm a big advocate of linking the two ecosystems. And so you can see Prosper Africa. I'll talk more about Prosper Africa in the next few slides. So it's a US government initiative, really trying to provide the support, a whole of government approach to really deepening that two-way trade and investment, and really bring US capital at scale to Africa. So a really transformational initiative. CrossBoundary is proud to be an advisor to Prosper Africa and have helped them, on a number of specific transactions, but also advising on the approach to deepening that investment and trade relationship. AGOA as well, we just had the Science of Trade conference not too long ago, talking about how, companies here can really lean into AGOA. So trade and investment are, of course, linked. Because you want investment, but you also want access to markets. Those two will go hand in hand to drive prosperity for our companies and startups here. Sorry, excuse me, I have a bit of a cold. So speaking about Prosper Africa, whom we've been advising. So it's a whole of U.S. government approach to really advancing U.S. and Africa deals. And it's something that many folks don't know about, but I encourage everyone to, just, find out more about Prosper Africa, see the linkages. You can go to prosperafrica.gov. There are really a lot of tools that the US government has put behind this initiative, really trying to deepen trade and investment. So just some examples. So there's convening and promotion. So we have the Department of Commerce, we have USA, Department of State, TDA, MCC. So really helping with commercial advocacy, trade barrier removal, diplomatic support, policy advice. So a number of different tools around that. So I know Commerce just recently had a trade mission where people were able to go from here to the US. So doing a lot along those lines. Also advisory services. So this is where my firm typically comes in. So able to really help on specific deals that really meet those objectives. And there are some priority sectors, of which tech one. Things like logistics, health tech, so really important to the US government. So really able to provide targeted support on specific deals, things like diligence, transaction assistance, finding investors, generating a pipeline. So it's not always about capital, so skills is also a gap, right? So we really help with investment readiness, helping those businesses to be ready. The Honorable Commissioner spoke a little bit about that, so about training, so capacity building, really important. So you need to know what to do with that money when you get it. So Prosper Africa is able to provide support to some deals that need that advisory support. And then also financing as well. So they're also financing institutions. So there's DFC. DFC actually has a person here who covers Anglophone West Africa, really helping to source screen deals and really take them to DFC and advocate for investment. There's EXIM for some more on trade financing. USAID also has some grant windows, which they typically communicate. SBA, ADF. So, there are really a lot of tools is what I'm trying to say. And Prosper Africa brings all of this under one roof. So so just encourage everyone to just find out more about it and see how we might be able to apply to your specific business. And then just so by the numbers in terms of, what has Prosper achieved across Africa. So it was launched a couple of years ago at the US Africa Leaders Summit around then, 2022. So far, CrossBoundary on behalf of Prosper has, reviewed about 370 transactions. About $70 million has been mobilized into specific deals across 10 deal closes. Currently have a pipeline of companies that are raising $600 million, so across the pipeline, and ideally some of these will close in the imminent future. So about 30 deals are receiving advisory or investment promotion support through Prosper. There's also a virtual deal room. So even if you're not able to get hands-on support, if you have a deal that qualifies, you might be able to be listed on the virtual deal room. And what this is investors are onboarded onto that platform, and then we screen and onboard deals. So it's a place for folks to find themselves. And there are deals raising an aggregate of $9 billion currently on the VDR. So if you have a qualifying opportunity, you should actually be on there. And if you're an investor looking for deals to invest in, you could also be on there as well. We also conduct like sector studies. So I think Anna and Rolake also spoke about the importance of like data visibility. So Prosper has commissioned studies on different sectors of interest. We did one on the creative sector, one in healthcare, one in digital connectivity, and these resources are available on the website to anyone that wants to kind of like get smarter on that space. Yeah, so I mean, if you're able to scan this, you can scan this to learn more, or you can just go to prosperafrica.gov just to find out more about Prosper. So I'm highlighting this because it's kind of like easy entry point to find out more about how to attract like US capital into your business, or just learn more about what is going on in the US investing in Africa sort of landscape. Okay, and I'll just close with a short case study. So this was a company in Kenya, so it's called Elara Health. Some might have heard about it. But basically, they approached Prosper Africa for support. They were raising a Series A round at that time, so they brought the opportunity to the Prosper platform and just asked for advisory support. Prosper approved Cross-Boundary to provide support to Elara, so we helped them with their fundraising, helped them with reviewing their materials, finding investors, building their investment case. And through this support, they were able to close a $4.2 million round, debt and equity. So we had the US investors that we brought in, Black Pearl investors are alongside a consortium of other investors. But yeah, so this was support that the US government provided to Elara, and then very impactful with this capital. They're able to expand their network of clinics, serve 50 million patients, increase access to primary health care. So investment is also about impact, right? It's about impact on lives. So, it starts with money, but it ends in, typically people and impact. So, we're really proud of this one specific transaction. So this shows the power of capital, the power of US capital, and also the power of knowledge and information. So knowing what tools are out there that can really help you be successful and meet your goals. So that's all I had prepared. I'll stop there, except anyone has any questions. I don't know if we have time for questions. Maybe one question? Okay, I can take one question. Okay, there's a question over there.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Jethro. I'm founder Data Hub. I want to find out if the US investors support single founder startups, like startup with one founder, because in this part of the world, sometimes it's difficult to get founders because of clash of interest and a lot of issues. So along the line, maybe we start as a single founder, maybe along the line you get somebody who aligns with your goal and objective and all of that. So what is the chance that this single founder stand in that investment environment?
Sure, thanks for that. And I must say, so I've seen a number of criteria from investors, but number of founders is not a criteria that I've ever seen. So I think that's number of founders is just not a criteria that I've seen. So I think they're looking for like the skills, is the team on board, both the founding team and the executing team, do they have the skills to execute on this opportunity? Are they convinced on the market size? Do they feel it fits their investment thesis? Is the structure right? Is it structurally set up to receive their capital in terms of size, in terms of instrument type? So those are some of the more common criteria I've seen. I've never seen number of founders as a criteria. So I think that you're totally fine as long as you meet the other criteria. Yeah. Okay, I see I still have 5 minutes, so I guess should I give you back the 5 minutes or take one? Okay. Okay, I'll give you back 2 minutes, so I'll take one more question. And I see a lady at the back over there.
Hello, my name is Chinelo Okafor. I own a company, Daisy Tech Limited. We're into data science training. So with all this, now that you say that information can be one of the things that can draw us back from getting these kind of funds, which platform would you say, okay, now, today when I get to this platform, I can be able to harness all this information?
Okay, that's a great question because, knowledge is actually power. So it's actually, more about knowledge. So I think as far as US investment is concerned, Prosper Africa is a really good starting point because the US has a number of tools and agencies, and Prosper really tries to bring all of those under one roof. So I'd encourage you to go to their website. It's just prosperafrica.gov. You can also follow them on LinkedIn, social media. So they usually, put out information. So yeah, so I think that's one good starting point as far as US investment is concerned. There are probably, others for, other kind of like categories of investors, but Prosper is a good place to kind of like stay in the loop for US investment. Yeah. Okay, so I see Isabella just waiting on the sideline, so I'll wrap up now. Thank you everyone for giving me your time and attention this morning, and I wish you a great rest of the day.
One more time, a round of applause for that very insightful, thorough presentation. Thank you very much, Nneka Chime, partner at Cross Boundary Advisory Nigeria. A lot of information is out there about getting funds, but one just needs to know where to get it and to plug into all those resources. And we hope that as you're here on the second day of Global Tech Africa Conference 2024, that you're taking notes, you're making connections, you're networking, you're reading up on people, and you're finding ways to move your enterprise further. Now, I love how the earlier conversations have set a good tone for the panel discussion we're going into. So whether you're looking at investing more in women-led or women-servicing businesses, or you're advocating for more balanced representation, one thing you'll agree is that the African woman, the Nigerian woman, means business. She means business. So the next panel looks at investing in women. And when you invest in women, you invest in Africa's future. You know how they say if you give something to a woman, you're not just giving it to her, but she takes it in and she's able to nurture not just her family, but her community. So I know you'll enjoy this next panel session on She Means Business. Investing in women is investing in Africa's future. So if your hands are not too busy, as I call up our panelists who have left everything they're doing to be here to share of their experience and their knowledge, I'll just love if you can give them a warm reception by clapping your hands very warmly. So joining us, we have the SA to the DG NITDA, Strategy and Innovation, Miss Iklima Musa. A warm round of applause. We also have the VP Sales NTech, Anatu Adegboyega. A warm, resounding round of applause. These women mean business, you can tell. We have the CEO of Hekabella Limited, co-founder of Rising Tide Africa, Yemi Kerry. A resounding round of applause. Also joining our panel is Dr. Vanessa Fala, Director, International Labour Organization, Country Director for Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Liaison Officer for ECOWAS. Next to join the panel is a female C-suite executive, CEO Vivacity, Oluwakemi and Melody Ariola. A warm, resounding round of applause. And we also have the Executive Director, Innovation Support Network, Oge Naife. These women mean business, and through this conversation, you'll see why you should invest in women, because you're investing in Africa's future. So I'll hand over to Ms. Iklima Musa, who will be moderating this panel, and I beg your pardon, Hannatu Adegboyega will be moderating this panel. And maybe we can spread out and then we'll just have this moved to the side. So one person can move here. Can we have this moved?
Hello? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, everybody looks fantastic today. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hannatu Adegboyega. And I'm privileged to work in a company that 80% of our senior leadership are women. So these kind of conversations interest me because I'm lucky enough to do that. And the name of my company is MTech, and we work with central banks around the world. But as at 2023, there were only 21% of women in tech, or even in the workplace, we see that female leadership, the numbers are dwindling. Not to now talk of when you come into investing in female-backed businesses or female-owned businesses. So the fact that I get to sit with these wonderful panelists to talk about how we can invest in women and how we can, promote investing in Africa, because it's really about investing, driving awareness, driving the knowledge, which ultimately drives the access to the investment or the funding that we need to promote women in business. Okay, so I'm going to start off. We're missing one panelist, but I'm going to start off with Iklima, right? So from your vantage point, I think I need to move to this mic. It's a bit uncomfortable, so let me use this one. So from your vantage point, I'm audible?
They're all
okay.
the same,
I'm confused as to which mic now to use. I think I should stick with this one. No, this is fine. This is fine. Thank you. So from your vantage point in NIDA, Iklima, how do you see women's investments or women in business? How has it changed the landscape of Africa? How has it changed, the business context? What are you seeing are the sectors that women are investing in more in Africa or in Nigeria, as the case may be, from where you sit in NIDA?
Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure and truly an honor for me to be here today to speak about this interesting topic of empowering women for social and economic progress in Africa, and not just in Nigeria. Let me start by saying that technology is swiftly and rapidly developing at the speed of light. And empowering women in tech isn't just about gender equality, but it is a critical strategy for Africa's growth and development, and especially for its innovation. It is critical also to mention that a lot of work has been done in this angle over the years, and that a key segment of the workforce is being occupied by women in Africa. However, 30% is the rate of women in workforce in tech in the continent. It is still underrepresented because we're talking about 30%. We're not even up to 40 or 50. This means that we're not really leveraging and harnessing the talent pool that we have of women in the continent. Again, this is not just about creating inclusion and diversity, but it is also about opening the doors for opportunities and opening the doors for problem-solving capacities to happen, by making all this. So going to your question of did you talk about the strategies, right?
No, not strategies yet, but just how are you seeing women in the industry just trying to work, and what sectors are you seeing, more progress being made? Okay, all right, great. So women are usually found in the informal sector, with around 50-something%, the last statistics that I saw. So the empowerment of women and the active participation of women in a lot of sectors within the country will no doubt drive economic growth. One is, if we look at it from the perception of Africa, you would see that at some point McKinsey Global Institute talked about the empowerment of women contributing $12 trillion to Africa's economy by 2025, which is just by next year. And it also talked about creating parity is also going to help Nigeria increase $316 million into our economy. These statistics, putting perception into it, already says a lot around women's participation in different sectors. Okay, so let's take, for instance, the health sector, or maybe the informal sector,
women's participation within that space is going to drive job creation and inclusiveness, because it is expected that if a woman opens her ventures or her business, she's going to also employ other women to be part of it. It's also going to bring about innovation and competitiveness. We want our economy to be competitive, and if women are left behind, we might not be able to achieve this.
Okay.
It will also drive social impact and economic impact. A lot of men, and I'm not saying this because I'm a woman, but statistics also shows that 90% of women reinvest their earnings into community and family, unlike men that reinvest 30 to 40% into that. That means that when they reinvest, the standard of living of people is going to be high in their families and also in the community, and of course, enhance resilience. So yes, women are supposed to be in every sector of the economy. Thank you.
I like that. The standard of living improves when women invest. So well done to women. So Dr. Vanessa, as the DG of ILO, not just in Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, so she's covering West Africa, how do you see female empowerment contributing to continental growth and development in Africa? And I should ask, what successful initiatives has the ILO led?
Thank you so much, and good morning, or is it good afternoon?
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm happy when I'm invited to come and speak about the work of the International Labour Organization, because I'm very mindful as well that not everybody understands the work that we do. The ILO is the oldest UN agency and the only tripartite UN agency. Tripartite because we don't only work with governments, with member states, but we also work with employers' organizations, and in Nigeria will be the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA. But we also work with workers' organizations such as your NLC and your TUC. So from the ILO perspectives, ours and our core mandate is to ensure that we promote social justice. And we have developed over the years, the member states and the social partners have over the years negotiated conventions that ensures non-discrimination in the world of work. So no one should be discriminated on the basis of their gender or any other orientation. And over the years, we have implemented several conventions that actually promotes social justice and enhances or pursue what we call the decent work agenda. So in Nigeria, we've had several initiatives. Recently, we established or developed a roadmap in collaboration with SMIDAM, the Small Medium Enterprise Agency. And as part of that, we were trying to understand what are the bottlenecks, what are the challenges that are constraining women entrepreneurs to reach the highs that we want to see. Because the reality is the economy is still controlled by men. The reality is many of the boards are still male-dominated. And in Nigeria, the reality is the political office is still very male-dominated. So we wanted to understand some of these challenges. And of course, at the top of it is access to finance. And it does not only affect women in tech, but also women in the different sectors and the different spheres of the economy. And then the other thing is around having a gender-sensitive regulatory and legislative framework. We have the gender policy in Nigeria that recognizes the importance of women entrepreneurs. We have the MSME policy that also acknowledges the importance of women entrepreneurs. So it's not about the shortage of legislation, but it's about conscious and dedicated implementation to make sure that we are able to cover as many women as possible. Because when you educate a woman, when you develop a woman, you also develop the entire community. So from the International Labour Organization, working with the new, which is the NECA network of women entrepreneurs, we were able to have a conversation with many women entrepreneurs in Lagos, in river states, to understand their challenges and then come up with a roadmap that will begin to address some of those challenges. And as I said, it's not about theoretical and philosophical thinking, it's about the reality on the ground, because as we know, technology presents a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of challenges. There are challenges of access, because in many communities, access to internet access is still a challenge. So we have to be mindful that as we are growing the tech sector, we are narrowing the divide, we are narrowing access to make sure that every woman, regardless of where they come from or where they are, which geopolitical zone they come from, can still access and benefit from those opportunities.
Thank you very much. And one of the things you mentioned was access to finance. And I want to just combine that with not just access to finance, but access to mentorship. I was speaking to a friend a couple of days ago, and she said, I would pay to get a mentor as a startup, just somebody that could kind of just navigate the way with me. So what do you see? What role does mentoring and networking play in this ecosystem that we're trying to build for women?
Thank you very much. My name is Oge. Thank you everyone for being here. Mentorship is the biggest ingredient that any startup, especially women who are running businesses or female-led businesses need. I've worked in this space for about 12 to 13 years now, and the biggest breakthroughs that I've seen that women have gotten has been from mentorship. We actively had to curate programs that, at the end of those training programs or those capacity development programs, or capacity building programs rather, there's a mentorship bit. We saw that it was very important, it was very necessary, because what mentors do for you, these are much more older entrepreneurs, older women in business who've been there, done that, seen it all, gone through all the hurdles and the challenges, and they've been successful at it. And so what mentorship is that you have an older person who is guiding and leading you through all the ropes, so you don't make the same mistakes that they made. And what that has produced, it has produced more resilient female businesses or female entrepreneurs. It has produced more successful ones, because what these mentors do is that they take you by the hand. That hand-holding process I've seen in my personal journey and my personal work has helped a lot of businesses to grow. It's very, very important. We can't take it out, because these younger entrepreneurs, female-led businesses, since that's our focus here today, are really just starting out. They need someone to help them understand the ropes. In a country like Nigeria, for instance, Nigeria's business environment is very porous. It's very difficult to run business in Nigeria. Do I have a witness in the house? It's very, very difficult. It's like the policies that are designed for businesses, designed for to kill businesses. I'm sorry if there are any government or people, designing these policies here, but that's what we've seen. And what we've had to include in our processes are things around policy dialogue, so that we can bring these policy makers to the table as well as these entrepreneurs to discuss these matters. Why am I not able to run my business successfully? Why don't I have an enabling environment, for instance, to be able to thrive in my business? So that's one end where you bring in these policy makers. But the bit and which what the focus of the question is around mentorship is that, because we also have these women, older women or men in business, who are also sitting on these policy tables and discussing these matters, also hand-holding and pulling these younger ones up. It always ends in success and in victory. We've seen that all the time, and we have very, very robust mentorship frameworks that we've used in our different programmings that we've run.
Okay. All right, so we see how important mentorship is. Thank you very much. And I should speak to the commissioner here that for all the events that you're planning for the SMEs, because Oge has kind of called you out on this now, you do need to include mentorship in whatever strategies that you're planning for the businesses. Thank you. All right, let me move on to Yemi Kerry. Welcome. Yes, sir. And by the way, let me just say it, I'm a big fan of yours. Big fan. Big. If you're a woman in tech and you don't know Yemi Kerry, I wonder. I really do. But yeah, so let me start with you. And we're just going to talk about the barriers you face. You are obviously a trailblazer. What were the barriers you faced when you started your career in tech? Because then you were a woman in tech. And how do you look at the environment now and think, you guys have it a lot better? What do you see that's better? What do you see that's different? So how did you start? What were the issues? And what do you think that's gone better for us?
I can't hear very well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think something is echoing.
There's an echo. All right, so I said you were a trailblazer, right? So what were the barriers you had? Is it better? Yes. What were the barriers you had when you first started your career? And do you look around and think there are a lot of things that have gotten better with time? What are things you think you've gotten a bit better with?
Yeah, trailblazer.
You were.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd first like to beg your pardon for coming in late. Let me stories. Yes, things have gotten better. When my career in technology, it was in terms of happenstance, you know. When all your friends are getting married and you're done being bridesmaids, you say, you check yourself. And my background is in accountancy. And I took a deliberate step to say, you know, I need to slow down and sort of start to nurture all these gentlemen and see which one will win. And in doing that, I took a role as an administrator in SAP, the software solution, German software solutions provider. And when I did that, I didn't see what was coming up in front of me because my two bosses at different points in time left the job. And so I was there alone. But I needed to step in and, you know, just hold forth. In trying to hold forth and waiting for a replacement, I decided to, you know, just start to, okay, what are they even doing here? You know, instead of just shuffling papers, there was no boss again. And there I took on the role and I started to sell solutions, train myself, learned on the job, had to double my efforts. All of these things took a toll on me. So even the relationship I was trying to nurture, you know. But then you find out that once you are able to take out your imposter syndrome and take a leap of faith and do what you need to do, then you say, there's really nothing here. And so I grew from just even selling SAP, learning, training myself, to becoming the regional manager of SAP in West Africa and sold across Anglophone Africa. But then also, my journey, I got headhunted to go to my state, Edo State. I'm not Yoruba, I'm from Edo State. And in Edo State, they wanted to leverage on technology to do the governance of the state government. I got there. Before then, I was in the cocoon, you know, the corporate cocoon. I didn't know anything about the public sector. So you can imagine my rude awakening. First of all, there was gender bias. Secondly, there was demographic bias. Then, my shock is that there was no process in place. And there was no technology, even from no office for technology, nobody, you know, and those talent skills that we had to grow. So I had to learn not only to deal with the software angle of it, but also to deal with other aspects of it. But, you know, fast forward, that was in 10, 15, 20 years ago. But now we're in the technology age. You can't run away from that. And so you see that women are beginning to take on technology roles in the entire value chain, right? So you have them starting up, you know, startups, growing in the careers, and you know, whether it's healthcare or agriculture or education. So the gender is reducing. Even the World Economic Forum, you know, in 2019, they say it will take us 202 years to close the gap. In 2023, they're saying it will take us 134. So stages like this gives us opportunity to canvass for more women to join and make sure that they embrace technology and not see it as a gender career for the men. You know, we're fighting that. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a good answer. And I just want to say, imposter syndrome is real. It is, especially for women, but deal with it. You honestly need to learn to deal with it. Yes.
You actually need to deal with it.
Women, you need to learn to deal with imposter syndrome. And the second thing you mentioned, across all spectrums of tech, I'm in sales. I'm a salesperson in tech. Before, I used to hesitate to say I was in tech because I thought I'm not the one coding, I'm not the one building. But I realized that I need to learn to own the fact that I am in tech and I can't run away from it. So please don't be afraid to pick any spectrum, any part of the spectrum, and just join the tech family. So Kemi, over to you. You have an amazingly unique position. You've worked with the government, you've worked with private sectors, you've worked with NGOs. You have a good career. And from your point of view, I think what I want to ask is, in investing in women, what roles can the stakeholders play? You know, we're looking at investing in women to invest in Africa. What roles can stakeholders play? Either private companies, because there might be some private companies out there that need to know how to invest in women, private companies, public sector, just what role can all the stakeholders play?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, as you said, I do have a diverse career in this particular space, and over the years, I've come to learn that, as we've said here today, that tech isn't just tech in itself, as we continue to see it. We see it as, it's all about the STEM side behind it, but we've come to realize as time has gone on that there's actually tech in everything. There's tech in the kitchen, there's tech in smart homes, there's tech in everything. So we don't have to just look at it from one particular perspective, and that's what I try to make more women understand, that even if you own a restaurant, there's tech in your restaurant. So you need to be abreast, if not on top of some of this evolution. And in these three sectors, as you said, in the government, in the private sector, and as well as in the CSO sector, we need to understand that it's more about inclusivity. It's not so much about advocating for just women, so that the men don't see us as being women. No, we want to talk about, we want to talk more about inclusivity. How can we bring the women into the fold and make it conducive for them to thrive? Because as a woman thrives, so does the man thrive. So we're not trying to take all the jobs away from the men, no. We need to understand that women have an emotional, peculiar nature. We have a nurturing, peace-building, peculiar nature. And how do environments begin to leverage this peculiar nature? So what is important is we create, whether we want to call it policies, or we create instances that ensure that we build on whatever it is that the woman is bringing to the table. So we do know that, for instance, in a workplace environment, we need to cater for a woman that needs to deal with childcare, a woman that needs to deal with the home environment. So do we have women working more hybrid in order to be able to leverage her skill set, but not take a toll on what she needs to do as a woman in the home? So I'm more in the space of let's continue to build the women in the spaces that they actually currently reside in. So we're not so much trying to take women away from all the other areas that they are and bring them into tech and make tech more interesting and available for everyone, but we're looking at, where do you currently reside? So are you in agriculture? Are you in healthcare? Are you even a stay-at-home mom, for instance? How can we ensure that the tech policies can advance the quality of your life? And advancing the quality of your life means we're advancing the quality of everyone's life, because more educated women canvas for a better they canvas for better healthcare systems, for instance. They canvas for better, once you ensure that you put as much resources as you can into the woman, then all you're doing is making it a better place for each and every one of us, not just for women. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. So we're mindful of time, but I do want to just ask each panelist, just give one line. So either to the businesses or to the public sector, one line, or to the women that need the funding or the investments, what would you advise? So if you're either advising the females that need the investing, feel free to do that, one line of advice, or one line of advice to the policymakers, to the private sectors, anybody, just what would you advise them to do on investing in women and how it can help? So who wants to start? Ikna, start.
All right. Thank you very much, Hannatu. And I am happy to say that for us at NIDA and the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, we're gender sensitive, actually. And that is because we understand that there is a difference between the needs and the interest of the man from that of the woman. And this is why for every strategy that we develop, we try to infuse an element of gender to create inclusiveness into our activities. So what I would say is there are a lot of policies, just like my sister Vanessa said earlier. She talked about the Nigeria gender policy is a generic policy for women. We have other policies as well.
But at NIDA, a key gap that we saw is the differences that we have in terms of investments within the innovation ecosystem. And of course, innovation drives economic growth, job creation, prosperity for every country. So with that, we have policies that we have put in place for people to access. The Nigerian Startup Act is a game changer and is a framework that is going to develop startups in the country. So what I would say is, let's put our ears down, let's access those documents, let's understand the areas that is going to help us. Not just women, like Kemi also said, the gender. But then why we are hammering a lot about women is because they are like the underrepresented group within the ecosystem. So look into it. The government is very deliberate about this. And there is the backing from government to ensure that there is parity in everything that is happening within the tech ecosystem. So please look into the policies that exist and ensure that you access them for your good. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Vanessa, one line.
Yes, quickly. Okay, 1 minute. You know, part of this session is called She Means Business. What I want to say is, she means business, or she cannot mean business if she is not sitting in the tables where decisions affecting business are taken. So women have to make sure that they organize themselves so that they can inform and influence the policies that are affecting their businesses.
Okay, I'll just take a cue from where she left off. For us at ISN, the Innovation Support Network, I'll make it quick. We have about 198 hubs, registered members within the network, and about 45% of that are female-led businesses. And within these hubs have their unique communities, and they're empowering young women as they go along. But one of the things we've seen is that some of these biases we've talked about today continue to hamper on the success of the work that women are doing. But I'd like to really just, from where I sit, just encourage women. There's a rise, an increase in tech investments these days. So please plunge in. Don't be scared anymore. I mean, look at us. Don't be scared anymore. You can do it. There's a lot of opportunity for women. So as you develop those ideas, you can find empowerment, you can find support, you can find mentorship, and you can actually find and access funding. So please, just rise to the tide.
So I was saying, my husband always says, this is a good time to be a woman. There's really no excuse right now. So, Yemi, one line, either to women or to the policymakers.
I'd just like to say, for the young women or the women, there's so much opportunity in technology. And we are really looking for how we can embrace you and encourage you to come into technology. So reach out to any one of us. But for the policymakers and the government agencies, I would say that the gender funding gap is real, right? And the access to finance is also real. As individuals, we're doing our own part, whether it's by incubation or by mentoring. But you see, when you put the policies in place, there must be a drive to implement them, and implement them in such a way that it gets to the bottom, to those that you have created those policies for. We hear a lot about how much fund or millions have been kept for different SMEs or for gender, but it doesn't get to the women. And the women are struggling. And and it's just because of the way the policies are set, right? And the criterias and the eligibility. We all know that as a woman, I probably do not have that asset that you want me to use as collateral. And you say alternatives to collateral, I probably do not know, right? But we also know that women are the ones that pay up their loans the most, right? So what kind of packages are we giving to them? If you give a bank a certain amount of funds, sorry, I'm more than my 1 minute, but if you give a bank a certain amount of money and you say that they must give it to the SMEs or the gender desks, and the money is not being given to them or allocating, then I think that for me, as the person that has given the funds, would want to know why. and let us deal with those issues so that the women can access these funds, and there we have a better economy.
Thank you.
My 1 minute.
Thank you. And Kemi?
Okay, so I hope the women don't shoot me down for the statement I'm about to make, because I make it on a lot of stages, but I do really want it to sink into a lot of us. I'm somebody that I'm actually quality over quantity. So as a woman, it shouldn't just be because we are women. It should be because we have something to offer. Something that they can't get anywhere else. By 2030, 30 million jobs will be obsolete. You need to position yourselves for the jobs of the future, which are the jobs of now. You need to look into STEM, you need to look into sustainability, you need to look into the green economy, you need to look into spaces that everybody isn't looking into right about now. And if you walk into a financial institution and you say, this particular idea is going to change the world in this particular landscape, I think they will go with you because your idea is great, your business model is great, your scalability, sustainability is great, not because you're a woman.
Not because you're a woman. So thank you to my amazing panelists. Thank you to the audience for listening. And I just want to say, if you're an investor out there, you're a venture capitalist, you are in the private sector, public sector, Commissioner, we've been on your case today. Please be intentional and deliberate about investing in women. When women are supported, we do amazing things, trust us. Yes. Thank you very much.
Please let's give them a warm round of applause. That was such an engaging and insightful conversation with lots of information. We'd like you all to come together and have that group picture. Again, a quick announcement. Let's just keep all our personal belongings close to our bodies. If you have to exit the room at any point, please carry your phone, carry your bags, carry your devices. Please do not leave any of your personal items unattended to at any point in time. And I know some of you are in the audience, you're phonographers, maybe not photographers. So as you're taking those pictures, do well to tag us using our hashtags GTA Conference, and GTA Conference 2024. One more time, a warm round of applause as our panelist and moderator makes their way down the stage. We're moving to the next panel session, and this just continues to build on all that has been said. And a lot of us are saying, well, I've invested in human capacity development, I've done what I need to do, I've gotten a mentor, but right now to move to the next stage, I need funds. And I think funding cannot be overemphasized. And I like how the Honorable Commissioner said that the people they are training won't just be trained, but they will actually get funds. And that's why it's so important that government continues to collaborate with the private sector, with banking institutions. The fact that you're not just being trained and left alone, but you're giving that seed capital, you're giving that laptop, I think is really commendable. And we really appreciate the Honorable Commissioner for staying this long, listening to those conversations, even though they put you on the spot, Honorable Commissioner, about mentoring. But can we just applaud the Lagos State government for their commitment to wealth creation, to employment, to technology. Thank you very much, sir. We'll now move to our next panel session, which looks at funding tech startups. Join me in welcoming the moderator for this panel, Seyi Ogidiolu, Technical Advisor, Digital Innovation and Entrepreneurship from GIZ. A warm round of applause. Next, we have General Partner at Nosken 2022 in the person of Lexi Novitsky. A warm round of applause for her as she makes her way to the stage. They're coming to tell us how we can fund our tech startups. I think that alone should ginger you when you're applauding them. You're not having to pay a single penny, a single kobo to get this information. Also on the panel is the co-founder of Venture Garden Group. A warm round of applause for Ademola Idris Idowu. Venture Garden Group is one of our diamond partners, and of course, you can check them out at the exhibition area. And finally, we have the managing partner at Nubia Capital. A warm round of applause for Davidson Oturu. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly applaud our panelists. Again, we have about 25 to 30 minutes for this panel. Please just be mindful, we'll have time cards there, and if you see me by the side of the stage or coming very close to you, I won't want to spoil your videos or pictures, but please let's just be mindful of our time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll be watchful of you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. It's, I think it's the hottest topic for today, funding tech startups, and it's what everybody wants to talk about. And I think it's very amazing that we have this fantastic industry leaders on this panel to discuss. They sit on the front, so they are the best set of people to discuss what is happening around this. Fortunately, Ineka of Crossroads did a sort of keynote for this session, laying the foundation and context into this funding situation for startups and technology generally across Africa. And I would just want to put some figures behind that. These are figures we have been seeing, and they've been defining how we strategize and how we engage. And for the audience, it would be good to reflect what this trajectory has been like, and then we come into the questioning. According to Africa, the big deals, they rolled out a report recently that covered until the first half of this year, and we could see a trend. In 2021, over 315 startups, excluding exits, were able to raise over $4.3 billion across Africa. The following year, 2023, it increased to $4.7 billion, and 2022 and 2023, we started seeing a downward trend, and it dropped to $2.9 billion. And as of the half, June this year, we're at just $800 million in investment across Africa. To put the half year, because the share characteristics, first half, second half, we've seen a situation where 2021, $2.1 billion had been raised by June. By 2022, we've raised $3.2 billion. And this year, we are at $800 million. That dip is very steep. Something is going on. The same thing has happened in the shift between equity and debt financing. Equity was up early on. It's like as if some trust came in, dropped 2023, and now it's back up 66%. With all of this, we could see that the money flows around the big fours, basically Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. But there's also been great disparity in that flow, no consistency. But then, fortunately for Nigeria, at least, Nigeria has risen in that inflow for this year. So we go to the issues, and I'll start with you, Lexi, and I will move all the way to Davidson. Same question, your perspectives on it. Inflow is slowing down drastically. What is going on? What's happening? 800 million only till June this year. Is something wrong? Is it good? What's going on?
Yeah, so let me maybe set the context a little bit more about Norskin 22. So there's 3 partners on the fund. I'm the one based here in Lagos. We have probably our largest concentration of team members here in Nigeria. Norskin 22 is a $205 million fund. So we have no option but to be actively investing, and we certainly are. We've closed about 4 deals in the first quarter. Just announced a big investment, which we're quite proud of, in Nala as well. So I don't think that we are slowing down, but what's happened on a global landscape is what you've seen is largely driven from the US, cost of capital becoming a little bit higher, some capital drying up in the ecosystem, some companies that were clearly overvalued, and you saw the listing companies kind of devalue in price first, and then this trickled down into the venture ecosystem. And that eventually hit Africa. There was a leg. We were actually one of the only, actually I think the only region to still maintain momentum while everybody was retrenching, but that's quickly caught up. And probably on the way back, it'll be quite similar. So you're slowly starting to see the US market pick up again. Some other markets like India, China, Southeast Asia, a little bit of capital also trickling in. But unfortunately, I think Africa will be kind of the last one to catch up with that. And the reasons being is global investors still see a lot of inherent risks on the African continent, which there are. I mean, social economic issues, political issues, currency issues, which we've all firsthand experienced, but also a little less infrastructure. What that means for local investors like us is we are still seeing amazing opportunities. Frankly, we've co-invested with some of these tier 1 global VCs, and they say the health metrics on some of these companies are the best that they've seen anywhere in the world. So this kind of gives us the front door picture to these companies that are doing extremely well. We can continue to back them, build concentrated positions, and work with our trusted investors around the world to also bring in some of that capital to come back.
Thank you very much, Lexi. Ademola, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sheyi, for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to provide some context for a start. We've had basically 2 major rounds of funding starting 2014, 2015 to about 2022, 2023. And now we have a lot of data points that we didn't have in 2014. As a result, there are 2 major things I'd like to talk about. First is the realization from this data set, and secondly, the corrections that must be made if we're going to unlock capital again for the ecosystem. From the realization perspective, there was this expectation that, oh, I have this unicorn startup idea. Oh, I'm about to invest in a potential unicorn. All of that expectation and hype, we have that realization today that they were mere fantasies, right? And a lot of people are now like, oh, okay, we need to take a step back and look at it. And Lexi, alluded to that a little bit earlier on. Unicorns are outliers. They're not the norm. The norms are camels. Camels, sustainable companies making profit and all of that. And then with a long shot, they can get there, to being unicorns. And we'd also have some that will fail. It's natural. But part of the data set, what we have seen is that some companies that have failed were because some of these founders were irresponsible with, investors' funds, sometimes even being reckless with investors' funds. So investors are more wary today. They are more anxious. In fact, some are in panic mode because of the first 2, funds that they've deployed, and they're not getting returns back. As such, the dust is settled now. The reset button has been pressed, and the barrier, the bar to raising funds is higher. The scrutiny is higher today, aside the global macro issues that that are there. Late stage startups will still do well because they have good fundamentals, corporate governance in place, and all of that. But early stage will struggle, and that leads me to the correction that we need to make. The correction is that if you're aspiring to be a founder, you should not just walk off the street and come up with a 20-page pitch deck and that's it. No. From an ecosystem perspective, we really need a framework to ensure that our early stage can be successful. And to me, you have to be affiliated with a hub, an incubator, an accelerator program. It's a must. That way we can use that channel to drum into the ears the concept of corporate governance, fiscal discipline, having a very good team, well-validated market opportunity and product viability. Once we have this structure in place, it's a lot easier to then, channel. But coming off the street and it's going to be tough to attract any type of funding in that way. And the session yesterday where the DGSEC was talking and the CEO of Murphy also corroborated this. You can't just walk off the street, even for late stage, and think that, you can go to the stock exchange and raise money just like that. There are certain things, there are certain fundamentals that we're looking out for, and if they're not there, it's going to be tough to raise funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Davidson.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. The great thing about going last is that I don't have to say a lot of things, right? It's already been said already. What I'll just add to that, and part of it will be corroborative to an extent, is we've seen a lot of things happening in Africa, and the markets are diverse. So what you then have is, while some markets may be doing well at a particular time, other ones are doing really badly. Now, if your portfolio as an investor is not well diversified, you end up having challenges. And do note that venture capitalists still have their own limited partners that have invested in that fund. So that means that any VC worth his salt would want to ensure that they have good exits or that they have good portfolio companies. That means that the scrutiny is higher now than it probably was in 2000 during or after the pandemic, when digital services were in higher demand since people couldn't go to brick and mortar. So you saw a rise in a lot of investments then. Things have changed now. Last year in particular was really hard in terms of funding. You saw less limited partners willing to invest in venture capital as an asset class. That meant that venture capital itself could not invest in startups. But it also meant that even the startups who presented themselves were taken through a tougher pace than their predecessors would have gone through. But then we also saw a couple of things happen in economies in Africa last year. There were a number of coups which sent some shock waves across investors, especially in places like the United States. Nigeria's economy as well, you saw where the currency went through such a somersault that was shocking. I'll give you an example. There was a startup that we wanted to invest in. We had been having discussions with them from January. We then signed term sheets in June. The Naira was exchanging for something completely different then, so the valuation was different. We then entered into a 100-day close to do our due diligence. By the time we got to October and we were trying to close, not only had the valuation gone less by 3 times that, but the currency had also gone somewhere else. So it's going to make it very difficult for people to invest in those markets, So even the government has a part to play in terms of making the environment conducive enough. I was in Uganda about 3 weeks ago, and then things were happening in Kenya. And as they were happening in Kenya, it was impacting those of us that were in Uganda. That's to show how even what goes on in neighboring countries can affect the confidence across Africa in itself. And I think it then goes beyond just the startups positioning themselves or making sure that they are fit and proper to even whether the market will be encouraging. If an investor can invest in India and get 20 times what he gets out of Africa, the question is, why would he want to invest in Africa? So then there are bigger problems than even just what the startups can solve themselves.
Exactly. I think we've established some of the issues that have caused this shift in the inflow. The startups characterization, the valuation issue, the infrastructure situation, also markets that are offering better returns. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the business. And I want to ask that for the players in the industry here, for you the players here, what are you doing differently to manage these portfolios better, especially the early stage ones? To what are you doing around the due diligence? What are you doing around managing the valuations? Because some are, for instance, pre-money, all those things, they are just eye-floating issues these days that a reality check is saying this is not good and this is not strong enough. are there some mechanisms you are putting in place that the startup community needs to be aware of and prepare for? People like incubators, accelerators, things they should be aware of to prepare the startups for this. Davison, let's start with you, and then we come to Lexi.
Yeah, sure. So for different stages of startups, right, we typically apply different valuation methods because they have different things that you're looking for. The challenge sometimes with startups is that they could just pluck out numbers from the air and just say, this is what we're valued at. Some of them find it very difficult conceding to the fact that they don't have what it takes to come in at that valuation. What we then try to do is, as much as possible, educate them on what that valuation ought to be for that type of company. It can be challenging sometimes because then you may have another investor who may be willing to go with them at that their valuation. And we've seen that happen. So if that investor says, hey, no, I believe they are valued at 4 million. If you're telling them something else that they're valued at 2 million, they will be unwilling to go along with your own assessment. What we just try and do is to give them a very pragmatic approach towards what valuations can look like. As much as possible too, for the early stage guys, just like had been said earlier on, we encourage them to go through accelerator or incubator programs, the right ones, of course, that can train them on how to actually carry out proper methods towards building their businesses. Because it's not just about valuation. You could be valued at $10 million, but if your business is not going to survive the next 5 years or there's no product market fit, then it doesn't really make sense. I'll give you an example. I mean, there was a startup that I was speaking to, came in with an interesting valuation, had a fintech, good product, good service, but they wanted to start up from a state in northern Nigeria. So I then asked him, okay, what's the population of this state? He plucked numbers from the air. So I said, fine. What's the disposable income of the people from that state? He couldn't give me. I said, what's the percentage of those that are civil servants versus those who are, who work in the private sector? And then what's your customer acquisition cost? How much is it going to cost you to get one customer? When you get that customer, how much can they actually deposit or keep in your app or what you are building? How is all of that going to work? And he was vastly unprepared for that entire scenario. So your valuation could be based off a very great technology, of all the other market dynamics. If where you want to go to is not going to build your business, then there's no value really for that particular market. So you need to be well prepared for whatever market you're trying to penetrate, regardless of whatever valuation you think that you're coming in at.
All right, thank you very much for that.
All right, thanks for that, Davidson, and I couldn't agree more. But speaking still on valuation, it looks like we're jumping some steps of just looking at valuation from, his solutions, but I've developed this, so I have this idea. And then just running all the way to VCs, angel investors and VCs, and jumping some steps that can actually help your valuation and then make it a lot easier to raise funds. And we need to go back to the fundamentals. It's all about business. It's all about, okay, how can you make money from here? And more importantly, what have you put in? Do you have skin in the game? You can present a 20-page document and say, okay, I'm valued at $2 million, $20 million based on that. No. What have you put into it? One, family and friends, people who know you, who believe in you. How much have they invested in you? Yeah. We're talking about mentorships. How many successful entrepreneurs in the tech ecosystem have you worked with can invest in you? They will have a lot more empathy than a VC or an angel investor because they've gone through that process. If you can add all of this together, your valuation goes up. Your chances of getting funded by the well-known VCs around there makes it a lot easier. And because we're running out of time, I really need to add this last point. We have large corporates, they have the funds, they're not as agile when it comes to innovation, but they have challenges. We have startups, they are very agile when it comes to innovation, they don't have money, and they're looking for problems to solve. Pairing both is something that the ecosystem needs to do a lot better moving forward.
Exactly. Over to you, Lexi.
Yeah, so look, we come from it probably after these guys, so we're looking at the problems, not these gentlemen, of course, but the problems that other investors have created with their companies. A lot of it around valuation, a lot of it around cap tables and putting in layers and layers of safes. And we're pretty much like at even the screening stage is walking away because the founder has been trained that they can't do a down round because that hurts them, it hurts their investors. And unfortunately, we've seen some companies fail because of this. So really what I would say for the earlier stage investors and for the entrepreneurs out there, if the market is telling you that your valuation should be less, just raise it that money. I mean, right now, this competitive environment, if you have capital, you can sweep things up. It is a very difficult environment, as you all know, but that is the best time to grab market share. The second thing is we, you know, some of our companies also, just because of metrics and because of currency, when you translate it into a dollar basis, have had a hard time raise. So we have pretty much forced them to have 24 months of cash runway. So they have to cut operating costs extremely drastically. That means not focusing on new markets, not focusing on new products, really just retaining what they have. And look, they're better companies because of it. They have built much stronger platforms and now seeing some incredible growth from their existing customers. And we're in a good place as we kind of come out of this. So those are the things that I would say. Man, over the past couple of years, we really screwed a lot of companies up by boosting valuations too quickly. And I think we're all hurting because of that.
Exactly. Wonderful. A news busted a few days ago concerning Mercury. And so it's one of the portfolio handlers for our startups in Africa. You know, we are also in fronts for them, and they decided by August the cutting off bulk of Nigerian and some African startups, and this puts a lot of ventures, a lot of investments in a dilemma. But then it's a pointer to something, and I heard, and we'll speak to this, that one major reason was that the costs of operating those accounts versus the ROI on those accounts does not just make any sense.
Well, yeah, because they've experienced fraud and a lack of ability to properly KYC their customers. So absolutely, they've lost money off of those.
And how does that affect the entire portfolio we're dealing with within the continent and within the country? Because the same factors apply. These people they're talking about have received investments from you, and they are still failing on that grounds. How does this impact us? What signal does this send throughout this ecosystem? How do we react to it?
You know, I said earlier on, there was a part of that realization where and this is not just about valuation, but being fiscally disciplined about investors' fund. That concept of seeing it as an end, as against a means to an end, needs to be corrected. It's one of the corrections that we need in the sector, and I'm really very big about it. And that's why I say you shouldn't walk out of the street and thinking that you should raise funds. You have to go through all of these incubators and accelerators where we're using that as a channel to drum it into people's ears. That way, we're taking investors' money very seriously. It's not freebies. Very important. And government too needs to help from a policy perspective, from an infrastructure perspective. Policy can make or mar some industries, right? So we need to get that properly. And if we do get that very well, we're going to have more foreign direct investment. Yes. But if it's not there, it's going to be just another way of killing this sector, but we cannot afford that. Africa needs a lot of investment, exactly. And we have to ensure that we are properly positioning ourselves from all angles, the startups, VCs, government, and all other supporting stakeholders.
Yes.
Thank you. I can see the honorable timekeeper. So, what I'll say is that, the Makery thing is quite unfortunate. There were a couple of countries that were impacted by it. And I think it also speaks to the regulatory environment in some of these places, like Nigeria, for example. Now, a lot of startups tend to set up in Delaware, right? Because the investors consider it a transparent jurisdiction. The laws are predictable. There are a couple of things that makes it, a good destination to set up your startup. And for me, I typically look at things on the bigger picture. That for Africa, what do we do about the situation where banks in the US can say you can no longer bank with us for whatever reason, whether it's because you just set up an account there for the purpose of fulfilling all righteousness and nothing goes in through that account for years. How about we create safe enough environments, set up the right type of laws, and I don't know whether the regulators are here, but make it a really good place. How about Nigeria being a place where they feel comfortable enough saying, okay, do you have your account or your company set up in Nigeria? That's fine enough, because flipping to Delaware doesn't always lead to the right type of returns on investment for most of them at the end of the day. So I think there's a lot to do in really cleaning up the space. And I think as Africa starts to take its position in really creating the right type of laws with structures for this ecosystem, we're probably going to see something better in the next few years. Not in the short term, definitely, but it will come.
All right, so final words, just one liner. How do people access the funds you sit on if they're ready for it? How do they get to you?
Okay, well, first I'm very accessible, so find me on LinkedIn. You can search Lexi in Nigeria. I don't think there's many of us around. What we are looking for as kind of our core strategy is at least $1 million of revenue run rate. We're looking for quite attractive unit economics, as was mentioned, with responsible burn in a very large market space. Look, if you're doing another payments company or something we've seen 1 million of, we're probably going to be extremely critical on your business just because we have seen so many of them. But if you're doing something new and creative, by the way, that's lean tech, so software, marketplace, web-based models, that's what we focus on. Then even if you're earlier than that, we could take an interest.
Thank you very much, Ademola.
Yeah, I asked a friend who controls a $100 million fund, okay, what should I tell people here? He said, we are only investing in companies that make money. Wow. You need to make money, period.
Period.
You need to make money to make more money, right? So what I will say is, we're kind of sector agnostic, right? But have a particular bias towards fintech and health tech. So I think Africa really has quite a bit to solve, even though it seems like it can be saturated, but you need to find the right product market fit, like I'll always say. And I'm always on LinkedIn, like I post regularly, just look for David Sinoturu, and I'll try my best to be responsive to those who come forward with something reasonable. But of course, you must be making revenue, not pre-revenue, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lexi. Thank you, Ademola. Thank you, Davidson. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you all for paying attention and learning from this.
A warm round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Indeed, we've learned a lot about how to raise funds. And our last panelist even said you can slide into his LinkedIn DM, but your company has to already be making money. So just have a group picture. We'd like for the people to my left especially, and a few to my right, there are a few empty seats in front of you. If you see an empty seat in front of you, please just move and fill those seats. It can really be distracting when people are coming in, going out. So let all the seats towards the front, apart from the first 2 rows, be completely filled. It also helps with photography, videography, and when people want to come in, they don't have to start blocking you to try and get their seats. Again, please, this is a reminder to keep all our personal belongings with us at all times. Should you need to respond to the call of nature or to go to the exhibition area or visit any of the other stages, please go with your bag, your devices, anything you've come with. It's very important. So I'll give about 30 seconds, especially to my left. There's still some seats on the 3rd row, on the 4th row, on the 5th row. Please, let's fill up all those seats. Please, let's do that. Let's be compliant. And for those already seated, while you're taking your pictures and videos, remember to continue tagging us across the various social media handles. Also use our hashtags GTA Conference, GTA Conference 2024. We'll really appreciate that. I'll leave the ushers to just direct some people to some of those empty seats, and we'll move very swiftly to the next item on the agenda. Again, I implore, I beg all our speakers, our moderators, our panelists to just be very mindful of time. In case maybe you've gotten carried away or you don't have a timer in front of you, we do have time cards that will be displayed in the middle and also to my left. And once you see me by the stage, that's your cue to finish whatever you're saying so that we can move to the next item on the agenda. We truly appreciate your cooperation, and thank you to all our virtual attendees streaming via the YouTube platform. We appreciate your participation. We'll now move to our next talk, which is looking at Sweden and its business ecosystems and values. A tech superstar in the north and is ready for partnerships. So we've heard about the US, now let's move to Europe, let's move to Sweden in particular, and it gives me great joy to welcome on stage an associate consultant at Business Sweden. Please put your hands together for Ehi Ehoche. A warm, resounding round of applause for Ehi Ehoche. And right after that, we still have our keynote presentation, partner segment, we have panel discussions and some talks. I think that applause was very weak, and if I was Ehi, I won't make my way to the stage. So let's make that a resounding round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ehi Ehoche. I am the Business Sweden representative for West Africa. I am here actually to represent the regional manager, Ms. Antonia Adenaya-Huad, who couldn't be here today, but would have loved to be here to present instead. So yes, Business Sweden. Business Sweden is the official Swedish Trade and Invest Council, and we have a unique goal of supporting bilateral trade, promotion, and engagement between Sweden and other countries. So in my case here, it's Nigeria and other West African countries in the region. Oh, sorry. Yes, okay. So that we're sure of the country we're talking about, it's Sweden, not Switzerland. Apart from what we have on this slide, I'll give you a few key facts about Sweden. So Sweden is the 4th largest country by land mass in Europe, after countries like Spain and France. Another key fact is that Sweden is the 3rd largest exporter of music after the US and the UK. And then also, historically, Sweden has had a very small population of around 10 million people, and at some point in the 1800s, Sweden was one of the poorest countries in Europe, with 50% of its population migrating to the US. So now, Sweden has consistently ranked as one of the world's most competitive, innovative, and business-friendly countries in the world. It is known for its business friendliness and its attractiveness for technology. It's looking for partnerships in other countries, and it's always looking to expand its reach. Now, I am going to tell you that Stockholm, the capital of Sweden,
is the second highest number, is the country that produces the second highest number of unicorn startups after the Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley, we all know what Silicon Valley is known for. It is the heart of technology and innovation that houses companies like Google and Apple. So Sweden, that Stockholm, has the second highest number of unicorn startups produced. Now, in terms of innovation, you are aware of these key innovations, but you're most likely not aware that they come from Sweden. First, we have the Bluetooth. It has its origins from Sweden. We have the 3-point seat belts that almost every car has today. It also comes from Sweden. And then we also have some key organizations like Skype, Spotify, Klarna, H&M. They all have origins from Sweden. And then King, which is the producer of the popular game Candy Crush. We have Mojang, which is the producer of Minecraft as well. So now, why has Sweden succeeded very well in the tech sector? I can tell you that it has not been an overnight change. It is not by chance. It is as a result of specific strategies that have been put in place, such as favorable government policies. We also have ecosystem enablers that consistently reinvest back into the community. We also have accessibility to funds, private sector funds, public sector funds that a lot of speakers have spoken about today. I can tell you that being able to access funds has been key for Sweden to get to where it is in technology. Then at some point in the 90s, actually, there was a reform that required that all households were to have private computers, at least one private computer in the home. And I can tell you that there was over 25% adoption, and that has been one of the policies that has gotten Sweden to where it is today. Now, Business Sweden, together with the Embassy of Sweden in Abuja, we recently launched a report called Navigating Nigeria's Technology Landscape. This report does a few things. It goes into detail about where Nigeria is today, where it was before, and then it looks at where Nigeria is compared to the other leading countries, such as Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, and the rest. Now, it also identifies key trends that we've seen in the industry and strategic opportunities in specific sectors. We identified leading sectors that are all the rave right now, that we are all most likely aware of. We also identified upcoming sectors that we believe in a few years, if you invest and you grow in those sectors, we believe that that's where there would be a lot of growth in the tech sector. Now, we also have identified in the report how Business Sweden can provide support to you. Now, if you also want this report, you can reach out to me after this. I will be more than happy to get your contact details and provide you with the report. And then we can discuss how Business Sweden can help. So now, talking about support, we have an umbrella term called Team Sweden. Team Sweden is made up of private organizations, is made up of governmental agencies, financing agencies, and most importantly, the embassies of Sweden in different countries. Now, what Team Sweden does is provide access to different kinds of solutions across a range of services and supports. Now, I will tell you, it's really important that you know that because I'm talking about Sweden doesn't mean that Nigerian companies cannot access what we have to offer. Now, because we are partly owned by the Swedish government, there has to be Swedish interest involved. It has to be your company or your product has to have something that is of importance to Sweden. It doesn't mean that your CEO or the owner of the company must come from Sweden. No. If you identify a product or a project that you want to run, and it has a few things to do with Sweden, you can reach out to us for support. Now, I'll just highlight here that this support that I'm talking about can come from different ways. It can be financing support. We have organizations like EKN and SEC that can provide financing for your projects. We also have capacity building support. We have organizations like CEDA. They can provide training and knowledge sharing depending on what you require. And then we have project development support. If you're looking for how to start, you have an idea and you don't know who to go to, who to fund it, who to provide feasibility studies, we have SWED Fund that we can connect you to. Now, Business Sweden is important because we navigate these organizations. We are responsible for providing or connecting you to these organizations. You may or may not know what they are looking for. You may not know the kind of things that they are expecting of you, the requirements, and that's where Business Sweden comes in. Now, before I get to this, I will talk very high level what I'm talking about so that you can go home today knowing that it's not just Swedish companies that we support. We recently had a project in Abidjan, one of the largest cities in Côte d'Ivoire, where Abidjan was looking to invest in a new transportation system for the country or for the city. Now, a private organization that is Swedish-owned called Scania reached out to them and said, we are the best partner for this project, let us help you, we can provide support. Now, what Business Sweden did on behalf of Scania was to rally Team Sweden on their behalf. They had financing from EKN and SEC. They had capacity building support for the people that are going to take up running this transportation system. So it was a win-win partnership. And when we're looking at the partnership, there is no way that local companies did not benefit. So if there's a partnership that Business Sweden is bringing forth to Nigeria, all of you here can pitch in. You don't have to be a Swedish company. So please have that in mind. Reach out to me. You can meet me after this and we can talk on how we can support you. So now I will end by saying that collaboration is key, and collaboration has been the reason why Sweden is where it is today. And I believe that that can be equally beneficial for Nigeria and Africa. Please take advantage of this conference. The Global Tech Africa Conference is exactly what you need. Reach out to people. Do not be afraid to get their contact details, ask questions, look for support, because that's what it's all about. So I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. You can reach out to me after this presentation or after the event, and then we can discuss areas for collaboration. Thank you so much, everyone.
A warm round of applause for Ehi Ehoche, Business Associate at Business Sweden. It's great to know that these opportunities are not just limited to Swedish nationals or businesses registered in Sweden, and it's Sweden, not Switzerland. The next speaker is someone who has worn several hats, someone that has quite a varied background. We're talking microbiology, but public administration, has benefited from mentorship by some leading politicians in Nigeria, and is someone that's passionate about people, about giving back, leading, problem solving, ideating. Please join me in welcoming all the way from Ekiti State, the Honorable Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Digital, Mr. Seun Fakwade. A warm, resounding round of applause. And I've said Nle because Ondo and Ekiti used to be together, so Nle.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, it's afternoon. Apologies. Business Sweden, if you're still in the building, we should talk about business equity. Yeah. It's a deep pleasure for me to be here amongst you today. I want to thank the organizers of this program. I want to thank you for your presence, for waiting this long. I bring you greetings from the people of Ekiti State, Nigeria. My colleagues are here from Ekiti State. My name is Sheon Fakwade. I'm the Commissioner for Innovation, Science, and Digital Economy, Government of Ekiti State. I'll be talking to you very briefly this morning about the biggest, most important investment in innovation that you should put your bet on in Nigeria. And I'm going to run very quickly. My presentation is on you betting on Ekiti State as the next center for innovation, technology in Nigeria. Okay. If we study the history of economic development across the world, very few things are very, very noticeable. If you look at America, if you look at China, which is an emerging country now, if you look at the Asian tigers, if you look at Finland, Estonia, you will notice a trend of clustering economic activities around specific locations. And for us in Ekiti State, that is what we are planning, that is what we are working on, and that is what I am here this morning to pitch to you. We estimate that Ekiti State will be, in the next 15, 20 years, a $30 billion economy because of this same strategy that we know that other countries across the world have used and are still using to build their economies. When I say developed economies across the world, I will take maybe two examples here. If most of us know what South Korea is, but many of us may not know that most of the products that we have in our households or the cars that we drive are from South Korea. But it will interest you to know that when South Korea was developing, it was a backwater country. It was a fishing country. Or if I take another cursory look at what you know today as the People's Republic of China, a particular province, city actually, called Shenzhen. It was a fishing neighborhood that the Republic of China turned into the first special economic zone, and now, should I say, the leading manufacturing hub of the world in terms of technology. Now, if you look at the two examples I've just made, you would notice one or two things. One is that there are centers of economic activities that are built on a particular niche or trade. And when I explain economic activity, I want to paint your imagination. If you look at Alaba, here in Lagos State, or Shomolu, here in Lagos State, what do you think is very particular about Shomolu, for instance? Anyone? Printing. Thank you very much. Alaba, electronics. Now, I want you to follow me very closely. Alaba and Shomolu are economic clusters. But what has distinguished other clusters from these two clusters that Lagos is building are the things that we are planning to do as a strategy. So I've said to you, we're currently $3.5 billion as a state, but we're intentional about building an economic cluster for Ekiti State that will make us become a $30 billion economy in the next 10 to 15 years. Follow me quickly. These three gentlemen, now late, that's Lee Kuan Yew, that's General Park, and that's Xi Jinping, were leaders of their countries some years ago who were deliberate and intentional about how they wanted to be their country, what they wanted to do with their country. And one thing that is very, very key that you will notice across the board with them, if you study them very well, is the intentionality of building people, of building human capital for their country. I don't know how many of you have heard about Ekiti, apart from the fact that we like pounded yam a lot, and that some of us are very stubborn. I have stubborn boys here, but I'm not stubborn. But there's one thing that you would also find very particularly interesting about what they say about Ekiti. Ekiti is not called the fountain of knowledge for fun. If you go through a household, yeah, you know that. Someone already said it. If you go through a household in Ekiti, you will find arguably one person in your house who either has a master's degree or a PhD degree, right? And they used to say in Yoruba, "Iwe ni konomo." Now, what the government is targeting to build what I'm about to share with you is how do we turn this human knowledge, this intellectual capital, to prosperity capital. And this story is for you and I, young people, and even people who are above 40 years old. So like I said, Lee Kuan Yew, General Park, and Xi Jinping decided deliberately that we're going to build the skills of our people, and that skills of our people will make them, one, employable if they want to work for someone, or turn that skill into businesses. So when Business Sweden is discussing with you about opportunities that exist, you can't build a business if you don't have certain criteria, right? If you don't have an understanding of what you want to go into as a business, the chances that you will succeed are very few and between, right? So it is deliberate about following these footsteps to build the intellectual capital of our people, and also to build that capital to turn into enterprise formation or businesses. We know that developed economies are built around innovation clusters, be it manufacturing, be it services. If you look at what maybe Dubai or Singapore is noted for today, Singapore does not have any natural resources. It doesn't have mineral resources. But it has transformed from a third world country to a first world economy because it has built on its comparative strength of human capital development and translated that to build clusters and economic zones that has attracted companies who invested in the state, invested in the people, and led to spin-off innovation in the city-state. So what are economic clusters? They are geographical concentration of related firms co-locating in a particular area. Like you said, sir, Shomolu, anything printing, you go to Shomolu from beginning to end, the value chain complete, right? Go to Alaba, you want to buy anything electronics, from beginning to end, including repairs, you get it done there. Ekiti State is targeting and already investing in what is called the Ekiti Knowledge Zone. And I'm going to come to that very quickly. If you remember what I said, they already said they know a lot of books, right? They are bookworms. Now the intention is, let us translate that into wealth for our people. And this is why you should bet on Ekiti. If you also study the economic zones that I've explained very briefly, both current and of course in the past, you will notice certain trends that are very particular. When Singapore was decisive about using its comparative strength to build wealth for its people, there was a clear leader. There were clear leaders that built on those rubrics, on those fabric, to build what Singapore is today. His name was Lee Kuan Yew. When General Park took over power in South Korea for 16 years, it was deliberate. I am going to turn this backwater state to become an economic global giant for the people. And he did that in 16 years, laying the foundations for entities like Hyundai, LG, Samsung that you have today as a product in your households on your hands. Even Kia is from South Korea. And all of these things are things that we know that has made clusters across the world to thrive. And there are things that Ekiti is also paying very close attention to. And let me quickly run through them for us. We know that for a state to become very solidly transforming its economy from backwater entities into economic giants, you need to have high visionary leadership. You need to have supportive government. You need to have strong academic and research institutions. You need to have very strong collaboration between private sector. And of course, you need to have funding available to you. For Ekiti State Government, Nigeria, last year we were successful in attracting the investment of the African Development Bank for this product, for this vision I'm about to discuss with you. And why do I say that knowledge is important in how we grow Ekiti State? We want to translate our legacy heritage, being the fountain of knowledge, to becoming a prosperous state. If you look at the ranking of Ekiti State today, we are second to the last in terms of revenue in the country. But the vision for the state is that in the next 10 to 15 years, based on what we're building as an economic cluster for Ekiti State, the state is going to jump up the ladder in terms of revenue generation. And work with me, please be patient with me. Why is knowledge very important? How many of us know this man? Okay, you've read about him. You may not know him. There was once a time in the world where the world was about to collapse completely. The German machines were working and raiding and going over countries one after the other. In fact, crushing the Allied forces across the world. But it came to a point in time where the world rallied together, and you would not believe how the world succeeded in stopping Adolf Hitler. The universities. When America gathered its workforce and decided that it was going to start designing counter products, developing innovative products, the universities from Princeton to Harvard to Cambridge were where more than 10,000 scientists, reformers, technologists, people who had ideas gathered together to build products that stopped Germany. How many of you fly? You travel the world and then you fly. Or you've been in a ship before. You cannot navigate those things without what is called a radar. A radar was discovered during this time in the annals of our history. The same thing when there was a period where there was a machine called Enigma used by the German forces, right? You couldn't know where the German forces were going to disrupt your plans or your ships or your attack. It was also the combined forces of human capital of people which allowed them to stop Adolf Hitler. I can go on and on, but I have just 5 minutes. Now, what is the Ekiti State Knowledge Zone idea, and why do we say that we are ready for your investment, for your partnership, for your questions? Ekiti State is building a knowledge zone that is sitting on 208 hectares of land, and it is meant to be the epicenter for attracting startups, technology innovation companies, businesses that are innovation related, investment funding into that place. What does it mean? If you travel from Lagos State today in the next 2-3 years, when this zone is completed, and you fly into Ekiti State in 20 minutes because the airport will be ready in October, the meaning is that once you fly and drop in Ekiti State, 3 minutes directly opposite Ekiti State Agro Cargo Airport is the Ekiti State Knowledge Zone, where you have access to infrastructure that is not comparative with any state in this country. And Ekiti State is building that. Ekiti State is building that center that will be a co-location of enterprises, of technology startups, of firms, of funders, of banks that would sit with you to support your work, sit with you to redefine your pitches and your ideas. If you have business ideas that today are suffering or stuttering, you have incubators, you have accelerators in the Ekiti State Knowledge Zone. It's interesting, right? The meaning is, you don't necessarily anymore have to leave this country or Japa before you get your ideas funded or before you get your ideas supported. Because alone, as a state government, we are investing $80 million in this innovation park in our phase 1. And for the investors in the room that I've heard this morning, this is a pitch for you and a pitch to you to say to you, there's room to play, there's room for us to have conversation and dialogue regarding scaling up that investment. And this will not, I will not end my presentation without saying a very important thing that I've been discussing with us all along. If we build a knowledge zone that is like the Silicon Valley for West Africa or Africa, right? If we also don't deliberately build the talent pipeline development tracks to support it, it's likely going to fail. And I'm happy to engage with you and have conversations with you on how we can work together to build the rails for both innovation, human capital development programs, as well as also work together to build this innovation center for Ekiti State. Thank you very much.
Another warm round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Digital Economy in Ekiti State, Mr. Seun Fakorade. When you were speaking, it reminded me of a song, Iwe Lomo Mi Ma Kao. I'm sure they sing that song in Ekiti State all the time, because when it comes to those PhDs and doctorates, postdocs, Ekiti is definitely the fountain of knowledge. And you have made a very important point that it's all well and good to have the infrastructure, to have the hubs, but if you don't have the talent, then that's half of the mission already failed. So thank you for that work that you're doing. Thank you for bringing technology to what a lot of people will call being a nerd or a FICO, and we wish Ekiti State all the best. Now I can see a few empty seats just in front of some of our guests. Please, I'd like you to pick up your bag and just fill the empty seats that are in front of you, particularly to my left. I can see just a few empty seats. Again, a reminder that once we have our speakers on stage, for you to give your full and undivided attention. If you must make a phone call, please exit the hall and make your phone call outside. Please don't get distracted with phone calls or chit chat with your neighbor. There will be time for networking, for conversations, but it's really important that when our speakers, panelists, and moderators are up here, that they get your full and undivided attention. So just to see if we're all on the same page. Global? Clearly we're not. Global? So maybe there are some new people, right? It's global collaboration, local transformation. So global, local, yes, global collaboration, local transformation. Now, this last presentation by the Honorable Commissioner has set the tone for our next panel discussion, because in everything we must get our capacity developed, we must get educated, we must attend school. Even if you want to become an athlete or a musician, they will still tell you to go to school. There is a place for school, there's a place for education, and there's a place for technology. So we're going to move to our next panel discussion, which looks at collaboration between universities and EdTech providers. And it's going to look at a case study of School Try. And School Try they're both outside in the exhibition area. So after day 2, you can always stop by and engage them further. I'd now like to invite the panelists. We have the honor of inviting to the stage the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru, in Kebbi State. Can we give a resounding warm round of applause for Professor Ahmed Musa? Also joining him on stage is Professor Abdul Wahab Egbewale, Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin. A warm round of applause. We also have Professor Rashid Benga Jimo, Vice Chancellor, MKU University and ICT Director, University of Ilorin. A resounding round of applause. You know, you can't have the kind of development we want without having the academia fully on board. Next to join this panel is the Special Advisor on ICT to the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Mr. Adebayo Akonde. A warm round of applause. We also have the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Innovation and Digital Economy, Sokoto State, Bashar Umar Kwabo. A warm round of applause. And to moderate what I will call this erudite panel is the founder of School Try, Ismail Eleburike. A warm, resounding round of applause. I think we can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, just perfect. It's nice to be here today, and it's also very wonderful to meet all the faces we have met before, and also the faces that we just get to know today. So I welcome the Vice Chancellor from the right-hand side, Professor Jimo, Professor Ahmed Musa for us, and then Professor Abdulhab Egbewole from the University of Ilorin. Does anyone know University of Ilorin here? Okay, it's like a state on its own with over 70,000 students. So you know what that means. And then I have by my side here the special advisor to the executive governor of Oyo State. It's nice to have all of you here on the seat. And the reason why we are here is just to bring all the players together in terms of our transformation in the educational technology sector in the society of Africa. SchoolTry is a web and mobile application platform that in real time connects the schools or the institutions, the students of those institutions, the lecturers, the teachers, in one ecosystem to change the lives of millions of students across Africa, and also to be the educational gateway to the entire world. Just like we have some of the fintech services being the financial gateway from Africa to the world, we are also positioning ourselves to be the educational gateway to the world. And I will explain that in context. What that means is that we are not only talking about managing the information of the student or engaging them in terms of learning. We are looking at the actual transformation of those lives of students, lecturers, researchers. What are the value they actually need? Which means for students, when they finish their school, they want to ensure they are able to get job, to be independent in their life, and for wealth creations. And what that means is that before you can now position those students on that layer, you need to be able to manage their information, engage them within that platform in terms of learning and their performance. Then you can now start bringing those enablers in terms of partners, collaborators in different areas to be able to offer those values to them. And as I say that for students, the same thing applies to the researchers and to the parents and to the teachers on the platform. That's the essence of why SchoolTry was created. So without taking much of our time, I'll be starting from my left-hand side here, the essay to the governor of Oyo State, with some questions that he can shed more light on those areas for us. And the questions, maybe you can also maybe just give a short introduction of yourself in terms of what you do today in Oyo State and how you are transforming the, using the ICT platform in that particular region of the state.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Bayo Akonde, Special Advisor on ICT and e-governance to the Oyo State Governor. So I think I'll just narrow down to what we're doing in the edutech sector, especially in tertiary institutions. One thing I would say we're big on is capacity development and capacity building among students. Very recently, we just built the Sheyi Makinde Innovation and Technology Hub, which is a robotics, AI, and autotronics hub in Lautech. And over the course of the past few years, we've also been equipping our universities, with computers and CBT centers. And very recently, we're about to adopt SchoolTry across our tertiary institutions to begin in September as well. So a lot of the things we've been focused on, have been equipping the schools with the right equipment because this technology revolution can happen without the underlying infrastructure in place. So we've tried to, we're connecting our schools using fiber as well and providing internet access, in every campus for all the students as well as the lecturers. So that's something we plan to roll out by September so that when we do bring SchoolTry on board, we just don't have the solution without the underlying infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bayo. That's wonderful. And I will also go to the next person in the panel, Professor Egbewole, to just share more light on what is actually happening in that entire city in the University of Ilorin.
Thank you so very much. Let me appreciate the organizers for creating this platform for us and also appreciate School Try for driving this. I am Wahab Egbewole, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin, the most subscribed university in Nigeria, and recently we just won the prize by Joint Admission and Matriculation Board for a whopping 500 million naira for complying with the statistics given by JAMB. The current administration of the university has a vision 110-500, willing to be number one in Nigeria, one of the best 10 in Africa, and one of the best 500 in the world. And this vision is driven by what we call SMART agenda. And you will agree with me that any SMART agenda can only be effective and efficient if we deploy technology. And that is why we have collaborated with School Try to automate all our processes. And we are the better for it. And we are hoping that very soon we will achieve that vision that we have set for ourselves. It is indeed my pleasure to be part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And the next, I would like Professor Ahmed Musa, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru Kebbi State, to also shed more light on what is happening in that institution.
Thank you very much, CEO, School Try. As he said, I am the Vice Chancellor in the Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru. It is one of the universities, I will say the first university that was established by way of legislation. So when I was appointed by the immediate past President Buhari, the mandate given to us was to key into, agricultural policy of the country to ensure that, we contribute to food security. And in doing that, putting the university, bringing it from the scratch, I have to have technology to drive it. We are not going to be living in the past because education has a paradigm shift. It is no longer student, teacher. You have to go beyond that. In fact, we learn from each other and to also encourage innovation. In doing so, I felt, for me to achieve the mandate, that is to produce graduates that are research-oriented, inspired by entrepreneurship, and also in agriculture, and also to be job creators rather than job seekers, to be solution providers rather than solution seekers. I felt we should go into partnership with some companies that, I can outsource services like the management information system, the student portal, and other things like that. So although we had a portal in place, which was in-house, but from my experience, because I was one time the director ICT in University of Ilorin before my appointment, I was also the director instructional technology in University of Maiduguri. I know the consequences of having an in-house solution. I have moved to many universities, both in Europe and America and Asia. I have seen we have the same scenario like in Nigeria. Even the NTA that you watch, news in NTA, because some of the solutions are in-house, sometimes in those days, it can be disrupted midway. So it doesn't make sense to have an in-house solution. It is not cheaper. On the long run, you pay dearly. So because of my experience with the university like University of Ilorin, which at one time was the #1 on webometric ranking in Nigeria, so administering that kind of a university, I must have brought in a lot of experiences that the new university is benefiting. For us to be on a sound footing, I was, kind of shopping. I move around. I have been to Doha for an exhibition by Bet Asia. I have been to London for an exhibition again by BET UK, and I have been to China in Shenzhen, an expedition by Huawei. So just like you have all these exhibitions here, so I have been seeing the solutions they have. Many of them would want us to kind of be with them permanently, and they are far away. And every solution I looked at, I have to look at the economy of it. So I came across SchoolTry. I have never knew them from Adams. We have not met after our first meeting on Zoom until after a year or 1.5 years. It took them like 6 months to 1 year to convince me that what they have has value, added value, more than what I have. And when I looked at it very well, because I'm in the IT section too, I realized that, mine is just a single solution. That means student portal. But what they were providing to me are several solutions: management information system, student portal, and other facets like appraisal and learning management system. So all these things came as a cocktail. And I looked at the price, value, I realized it cost me more to have all of these things in-house, because sometimes the staff too can hold you to ransom, your own staff, if they are hungry. So, and there is nothing you can do about that. The Vice Chancellor Ilorin is laughing because he has his experience. So because of that, after about several months, I was convinced that SchoolTry has the solutions that we require to achieve our mandate. So I ushered them in, and when they came in, all we did was to see how we can refine some of the workflow to suit our needs. Because for every institution, you have some different idiosyncrasies, differences in your needs. So we're able to perfect that, and I'm glad to say that Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru, was the first to imbibe the solution from SchoolTry, and we're happy with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful storyline. Like he said, it was the first customer we had on the platform. A lot of improvement suggestions came from Prof, and we still continue to learn from him till forever, as long as that platform exists. We are a company that is very dynamic. We believe there's no stop to innovation, and we're in alignment to make sure that the customer are fully satisfied and we meet, even exceed their expectations. Thank you, sir. So on to Professor Jima. He's holding 2 titles, both ICT directors and MKU University. I think he's wearing 2 hats and he has a lot of things to say.
Thank you so much. I want to join my principal, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin, and also my mentor, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru, in appreciating the convener, the organizer of this program, for putting this laudable event together. By way of introduction, I'm Rashid Bengajima. I'm going to introduce myself here as the Director of Computer Services, Information Services and Directorates, University of Ilorin. Why? Because Professor Igbewole is my principal. It is because of the good work we are doing in University of Ilorin. I happen to be a member of the council of the newly licensed Muhammad Kamaluddin University. But because of the transformation going on in University of Ilorin, and the University of Ilorin is reaching to mentor this new university, the council, in the wisdom, decided that I should help them to mentor the university. So it's because of what is digital transformation that is going on in University of Ilorin that fetched me that opportunity of being a pioneer vice chancellor of this new promising ICT-driven university. Having said this, what is a 21st century university? A 21st century university is a university that is driven by information and communication technology. The vision of University of Ilorin, having said by the administration, can only be achieved if the university can achieve the status of 21st century. And that was the reason for the smartness of the agenda of the administration of Professor Egbewole-led Vice Chancellor. And I must say, as the Vice Chancellor of the university, he has achieved tremendously in terms of transforming the university. And if any of us follow us on Twitter, the student union election was held a month, almost few weeks ago at the University of Ilorin. You see the comment by our students that ever since they resumed in that university, that has been the most seamless election. Pam, 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 they just cast your votes and you go. And very transparent. That is just the list. 70-80% of our processes in University of Ilorin are fully automated because we have a platform that can compete globally. Because if you don't have a globally competitive platform, you cannot be able to achieve this. And it's not because we want school trial, it's just because the school trial have a resemblance of a platform in thinking based on the vision of the university. So I want to thank you, and we are seeing the hope that the University of Ilorin will achieve the vision sooner than imagined, because we are already competing globally. We are no longer thinking about Nigerian university, but we are thinking about universities in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful comment. I mean, they were in Stockholm last year, December, right? And just to corroborate with what they said, University of Ilorin and Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru, they are not only known in Nigeria today, they are now known globally because of our partnership with a Swedish African educational technology company. And that is exactly what I mentioned, to be an education gateway. We shouldn't limit our students and our researchers to only Africa. We should allow them to collaborate with the external world so that they can also meet up with the standard of the 21st century. Thank you very much for the comment. I just have one of the last questions, and because we have less than 5 minutes to go, so my question, maybe we just answer it within just 30 seconds to 1 minute, and that is about the future. How do we envision the future of the university using educational technology platform, especially like something like School Trial provides? I still start from my the essay to the governor on the left-hand side. So please give us some insight on that.
I think just to be quick, there are a lot of upsides to this. I'm particularly excited at the fact that we can now have harmonized data across our tertiary institutions, because before now we had silos of data when it came to all sorts of information, academic information, financial information, and now we're going to have all that streamlined. So from an overview from the Ministry of Education and the government perspective, it's much easier to keep an eye out, on the universities, spot trends, look for areas of improvement. Of course, the whole automation aspect, automating processes for students, the parents, the lecturers as well is also very important. So all in all, I think, of course, making all our processes more efficient as well as personalized learning for the students, I think it brings School Trial, so from what I've seen so far, brings everything together in a very good way. So I'm unlike the others, we haven't started yet. We're starting the next academic term. So I'm very excited for what the future has to hold for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you don't know Mr. Adebayo Akande, he has founded many companies in the past. I remember when we presented School Trial to the Oyo State government, he was just quiet in the room. I was like, are we able to meet his expectation? Until later on we got the feedback that, wow, his dad also has a university in Lagos here called West Midland University. You can Google it. And immediately he said, please go and deploy to this university first. That was the only reason why I was convinced that our presentation was top-notch on that day. Because for him to say, go and deploy in my dad university, then it means, and today our software runs in West Mainland University for all their processes today. Thank you, Mr. Bayo. And the Vice Chancellor of University of Ilorin again, please, what lies in the future? We want to know. I know you always have this, even to be number one in university in Nigeria is now something that we are even aiming more for. Like, we want to be number one in Africa. We want a university in Nigeria to be number one in Africa. That's the future we want.
Thank you so very much. The truth is that the future of education with technology cannot be overemphasized, because at the end of the day, education drives technology, but the truth is that technology drives education. And if we really want to be global players, then we must design our processes and our procedures to meet the global standards. And if we want to meet the global standards, then we must be ready to play at the realm of technology. And that is why in our university, we prime technology as number one, because if all the processes are driven, it means, one, we will ensure that human interference is limited. Two, we will also underscore the fact that our processes are rock solid in terms of delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we go to Professor Ahmed, just for 30 seconds because we are running out of time. I know you have a lot of things to say about the future because I know you very well. So we'll just give us some insight on that. What lies in the future?
Thank you, CEO. I must say, you know, digitization of the world is a wind of change that is blowing from the west towards us. And, you know, you better adopt changes than for changes to be forced onto you. People in my contemporaries, the BCs here, you find that we are very rare who have imbibed this technology. But the generation coming, they are not adapting it. They were born in the technology. So you find that it will be seamless when I'm looking at the future for technology to be adopted into education, because they are, you know, in that era. So with time, I believe there will be a lot of competition. School trial would also have a lot of competition, and I'm sure working with some of us, they are improving on their solutions. And, you know, when you have credible clients like University of Ilorin, which is known for IT, then the next Vice Chancellor would want to go in. And for some of us who have gone round too, because I have been to some of these universities, I have worked in University of Sokoto, Maiduguri, ABU, Ilorin, and now Kebbi. You find that we have some, you know, acquaintances with some of these people. I believe it is, you know, a plus for school try. By next year, this time, you would see many more universities on this floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And one last word from Professor Jima.
Thank you
and
so
then we'll
much.
hand it up. Sorry.
The last one, and very precise, I want to talk about sustainability, because now we are convinced that integration of ICT into education is not a matter of choice. When I talk about sustainability as digital immigrants, taking experience from University of Ilorin, in terms of human challenges, in terms of human capital development, in terms of tolerance, ability to come down to people's level and explain to them, because being digital immigrants, it's not easy to transform any educational system, particularly a age-long university like University of Ilorin and other public university. That can we define a sustainable culture to be able to let people see reason why this transformation is inevitable, and also develop capacity, both among the staff and students of the university through the Technology Innovation Hub, which University of Ilorin is also doing now, and we are rigorously pursuing. It's part of the agenda of the administration, and it will happen sooner than imagined by the grace of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your coming. Thank you.
A warm round of applause for that erudite panel that was ably moderated. We'll now like a quick picture. I'm hoping the next time we have this panel, we'll have some female representation in the academia. It would be good to see more women in leadership positions across our university systems. We're moving very swiftly to our next panel session, which looks at enabling self-funding in higher institutions, the role of public-private partnerships. Please join me in welcoming the Head of Finance, SCIB Nigeria, Mr. Olatunde Folaji. A warm round of applause. Also joining this panel is Professor M. Ibrahim Sule, former Director, Distance Learning Center, Ahmadu Bello University, ABU Zaria. A resounding round of applause, please. Also on this panel is Mobolanle Ebunluwa Shotunsa, PhD, Director, Babcock University Center for Open Distance and E-Learning, Bukodel. A warm round of applause, please. And to moderate this panel session on enabling self-funding in higher institutions, the role of public-private partnerships, please give it up with a warm, resounding round of applause for Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, Research Fellow, Elected Council Member, CIPM. Please, let's hear your applause. A warm round of applause, please. Please, again, I will implore our panelists and moderator to be very mindful of time. We have people who will be coming to the middle where you have your cameras with time cards. So don't worry, we're doing the math for you. We'll come at different intervals to let you know you have 10 minutes, you have 5 minutes, and when the time is up, we'll also let you know. And if you see me close to the stage, that probably means that your time is up and maybe you weren't seeing those time cards. So we'll now hand over to the moderator of this panel discussion. And right after that, we'll have our final panel discussion here at the Epicenter stage and bring day 2 of the Global Tech Africa Conference to a close. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that has been here with us since morning. We appreciate that commitment. Again, before our panel session starts, I can see a few people at the back. Please, let's fill up those empty spaces. It really helps with our photography and videography, and also when people are coming in, they don't have to block people trying to access their seats. So I'm looking directly, I can see a man in sunglasses, a woman in pink, another lady in white. Please, let's just fill up those seats in front of you. Can you just fill up the seats? I really appreciate it. And same thing to my left, just a couple of seats, I think, to by the aisle. We have some free seats by the aisle. Please, let's fill up those seats, and I'll be handing over to the moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to a little correction here, I'm representing Mr. Olatunde as the moderator. I'm Dr. Oluriola Oluwakemi. Thank you. All right. So we want to welcome everyone to this panel session on enabling self-funding in higher institutions and the role of public-private partnership. Like I said, I'm Dr. Oluwakemi Oluriola, and with me on stage once again is Professor Mobolanle Sotunza. And I have, she's the director of Babcock University Open Distance and E-Learning Center. I also have on stage with me Professor M. Ibrahim Sule. Welcome, sir. That's the former director of distance learning, Ahmadu Bello University. Okay, just good to know that I'm an alumni of that university.
Okay.
All right. And also on stage with us is Dr. Yomi, Fawaimi, right? Sir, welcome, sir.
You can correct.
Okay, sorry. Yes, Mr. Olatunde Folaji. Okay, yes. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll just go into the session for today. We're looking at, we know that as higher institutions, we are facing that increasing financial pressure, especially now that we have less funding from the government and depending again on whether you're federal, private, or even state-owned university. The funding issue, that's why we've been having these strikes and all that, trying to turn the government's hands to kind of increase their funding to the university. So self-funding has become a very crucial aspect of sustainability, especially looking at the public-private partnerships as a promising solution where we leverage collaborations and resources to drive innovation and growth and also ensure financial capacity of the universities. And so we want to just dive into that discussion right now. And please permit me to follow the rule of ladies first. And so I will be addressing Professor Sotunza with the first question on this topic. So Ma, okay. Thank you. I want to ask, I know that your university has done some private-public partnerships. Yes, so we want to ask, I would like to ask, what are the strategies for identifying and engaging relevant stakeholders for a successful public-private partnership? What are the strategies for identifying and engaging stakeholders, all stakeholders, for a successful public-private partnership? What are the different methods or ways an higher institution can become sustainable through these partnerships?
Okay, thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to the audience. Ways of identifying stakeholders in a private, in a public and private partnership. The first thing is to do a self-identification of the goal of your organization. So for my organization, Babcock University, it's a face-to-face traditional university, okay, and we wanted to go into the open distance and e-learning mode. And we needed to first find out what's our aim, okay? And then the first thing, when you know your goal and then you evaluate your resources, you do a mapping. A mapping of who your prospective stakeholders can be, you know? And you do a mapping of what your needs are. Why do you want to go into a partnership? What do you want to go into a partnership for? Okay, so you identify that. For my organization, we needed expertise in tech, okay? We have a computer science department and all of that, but we needed people who would be 100%, who would have the time to develop the kind of platform that we need, who would have the expertise and the resources. So identifying your needs will help you to identify stakeholders. And so we were on the lookout for tech companies who had an educational focus, okay? And that's made us to have, we have the partners that invited us here, the EduTech. We also have other partners, okay? So you identify what your needs are, map out the needs, look for those in that, your need areas. We actually searched, you know, for them, and then we approached some. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma. So identify your needs helps you to strategically identify the relevant stakeholders to engage with. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Professor Sule, if I may call you that way. Thank you, sir. I want to ask, I know you also have partnerships with EduTech,
Yes.
and I'm sure other tech partners.
Yes.
So what are the challenges and benefits, because we know there are two sides of the coin, to, for higher education institutions becoming self-funding, and I would also add on to that question, what are the benefits of getting involved in these kinds of partnerships?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great privilege and honor to be here. You see, just like you said earlier, there is a continuous decline in funding. So universities are now forced to look inwards and see how to fund programs and activities in the university. So when my institution decided to go into open distance and e-learning, that is about 12 years ago, we did some survey, and then EduTech was recommended to us. We went into the relationship. Our relationship with EduTech is now 11 years old. We initially signed an MOU of 10 years, which elapsed last year, and then we signed another one of 5 years. The journey so far, so good. When we started in 2013, 2014, we started with just one academic program of that is Master in Business Administration with less than 2,000 students. By the special grace of God, today we have over 13,000 students, and then we have over 20 programs. So the relationship has been growing. And then, so also in terms of revenue, the revenue has also been increasing exponentially in terms of revenue. So like you said, in terms of challenges, so far so good. We have not been having much challenges, apart from the usual technological challenges, which sometimes you cannot stop. But I must admit, there has been more benefits than challenges. Because as I'm talking to you now, ABU Distance Learning Center is one of the strongest organs of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. It has been providing succor and support to the university in terms of finances. And I want to believe also EduTech too has been also doing very well in terms of our relationship. Like I said, challenges, not much, just technical challenges, which sometimes you cannot stop. But then our technical crew, as well as their own technical people, have been doing their best. They are always available 24/7 to address challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. So we've seen that your private-public partnership has actually been core to the financial sustenance of the university. Yes, sir. And now, Mr. Folaji, sir, how does the government come into it? We know we have policies and regulatory frameworks and all that. So I would like to ask, how can government policies and funding mechanisms be designed to encourage more effective PPP, and how can these policies and frameworks also facilitate, maybe the present ones, how do they facilitate or hinder PPPs in higher education institutions, and how can they be designed to encourage more of this kind of partnerships?
Thank you very much. And let me start by saying it's really great to be here this evening. Like the previous session speakers, I'd like to commend the organizers of this program. It's a very great initiative. Education is very essential, and it's something that affects everyone. So there is no better time to have this kind of discourse than a time like this, and I want to believe it's something that should be continuous. Over the years, our government, and not just ours alone, various governments have always struggled with funding the higher education system, because naturally it requires a lot of funds to run the universities. A lot of infrastructure is required, a lot of system is required, processes and all that. So there is no doubt about it that you require a lot of funds to sustain the universities. You need to pay the lecturers well, because if the lecturers are not well paid, of course, you cannot have the best of them. So how do we now encourage private partnership in this process? What can government do in terms of encouraging the private sector to take part in this process? Of course, governments are a major financier when it comes to higher education. And the charter by which the institutions are established are usually defined by this same government. So there is a need to have a revisit of that charter to see how they can incorporate and include the private sector one way or the other. And, you know, for the private sector, theirs is about what is the need for me. A private man will not just get up and say he wants to go and invest his money in a school for the sake of it. They want to know what is the need for them. So whatever government is going to do in designing the enabling laws or acts that govern the institution, they have to ensure they put that into consideration. One of the mechanisms that is most viable is tax incentives. The government can introduce some tax incentive that will attract private institutions, like what they are doing with the Ministry of Works. They partner with some major corporate organizations to construct roads, and in return, they give them tax incentives. So if you want the private man to come in to do business with the higher institution, then it's essential that you have to create those kind of incentives for them. Some form of subsidies can also be provided, that if you're able to do this, you will enjoy this from government as well. So it has to be a win-win situation. So for the government, defining the rules in a way that is equitable is very essential. It must not be just focusing on the government alone. You have to focus on what these organizations, these entities would actually be interested in. And of course, that will help attract them to be a part of this whole process. So defining appropriate charters, defining appropriate agreements that will be beneficial to both parties is very critical and essential. And that's one way the government can actually come in to provide the incentives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response, but I'm still going to keep you on the spots right now. You, as a financial expert, let's imagine, or just take it that we are doing free consultations now for higher education institutions that are present here. I would like to ask, what are ways by which higher institutions can diversify their revenue or streams of income to reduce reliance on traditional funding sources? And on that, maybe financial models or strategies that can be more effective for them to ensuring their self-funding in higher education institutions.
Okay, so one thing we must realize is that business is about ideas, innovation, creativity. First and foremost, to diversify, you must realize that you are in the business of education. So the conventional way or traditional way of providing education to the populace can no longer work. And one thing that quickly comes to mind for me is that over the years, I've not seen much from the universities embracing technology. If any of us go online right now and then browse the internet, you click on it just to do a search, you'll be shocked what will come up. Something can just pop up, and what will you see? Adverts from the Western education, asking you or informing you about their university. So one thing that our institutions need to do is they need to really embrace technology. You need to move away from classroom education to online education. That is where you can have a wider reach. And with online education, you can provide these services at even a reasonable cost and generating easy revenue. The classroom wall is limited, but the online offers you a wide reach. You can make as much money as possible. And secondly, you need to start offering products that meet the need of the public. It's no longer the usual accounting, business admin, and all that you then offer certificate for. No, it's beyond that now. You must sit back and ask yourself, what can we do? What does the public really need? I could recall there was one university up in the north. They started an MBA program online. And it was so organized that before you know it, about maybe 40% of my colleagues in the office took part in that MBA program. So it looked as if it's something that they've been waiting for a long time. But you have a lot of universities, they've not yet understood that concept. That look, until you start creating, doing research to find out what does the public really need, what kind of products do they need, you will not be able to tap into other sources of revenue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay, I will come to you, Professor Sule. So he talked about the university in North, and I'm just assuming here that ABU is taking, is that university, but I'm just an assumption. Can you share with us this success story? Because you mentioned it in your first discussion on how the university has leveraged on technology. Yes. And for instance, your distance learning program, that's actually one of the financial legs of the university. Can you just share with us that success story, and what are those key factors to consider when you're forming a PPP in the higher education sector?
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sure you saw me smiling when he said a university in the north. Actually, that is my own institution, ABU. That was the program we started with when our collaboration with EduTech started in 2015, 2016. It was marvelous. In fact, the year we started, we had more students in Lagos and Port Harcourt than Abuja and Zaria. We were surprised. We had more students, I repeat, we had more students in Lagos than Zaria and Abuja. So, you see, the secret behind all this is this. You see, you need the cooperation of the two parties. EduTech is up and doing. They were giving us all the support we required. And then on our own part, as a distance learning center, we were also doing our best. And we had the support of the management of the university. One of the key success, one of the things you require to succeed as a distance learning center is actually your policy document. If you have a policy document that really gives you an autonomy, it doesn't keep you under the university, then you have a privilege to do a lot of things on your own. And that is one advantage we have been having over so many distance learning centers in Nigeria. In fact, since we started, many universities have been coming to us to borrow a leaf. I keep telling them, go and make sure you modify your policy document. Make sure the distance learning center is autonomous. The distance learning center should not be under the chief executive of the university. The distance learning center should be autonomous under the director of the center. Highest, you have your governing board. You do your budget, you go and present to the governing board. And then once the governing board approves, everything stops there. But once you keep a distance learning center under a university, there is a lot of administrative bottlenecks, a lot of drawbacks. Take, for example, we are autonomous. Because we are autonomous, we employ our own staff. Our staff are clearly different from that of the university. And then when we are engaging them, as soon as we engage them, we give them a form to sign. They are not going to engage in any industrial action. So 3-4 years ago, when the universities were shut down as a result of ASU strike and COVID, ABU Distance Learning Center's activities were going on smoothly. Nothing stopped. The only thing we could not do was examination during the COVID. Because of the, there were a lot of regulations on the issue of aggregation and what have you. But academic activities, tutoring, and everything went on. And then we simply deferred our examination that time when, the COVID regulations were relaxed. So this is one thing I always tell centers that come to borrow a leaf from ABU. Please modify your policy document. Make sure you have that autonomy. Once you have the autonomy, you are on your own. You engage your staff, you do all the protocols of engagement, and then tell them clearly they are not staff of the center. They cannot belong to any trade union. They cannot belong to SANU, they cannot belong to ASU, they cannot belong to any trade union. So you keep them under your watch. And then once you do that, the sky is your limit. especially when you have a company that is also up and doing, like EduTech. I told you we have been getting all the cooperation we require from them. They are also up and doing. Their technical staff, they are always available 24/7 to attend to our technical staff. So the students, at the end of it, get the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. And with time, Professor Ma, I would just like to ask, how do these partnerships, how do these public-private partnerships, how do they impact the educational experiences of students, of the faculty? And are there concerns that has been generated by students or faculty about these partnerships or reliance on private funding for higher education? And how has these concerns been addressed in your
Okay, thank you very much. The PPPs, as it were, how do they impact on students? I think they impact positively on students because they have the opportunity to do things outside of the box. For instance, at Babcock University Open Distance Learning, we partner with EduTech. We have opportunities for training for staff and for students. We also partner with some other tech companies, and we do short trainings, micro-credentialing. We run a tech hub, data analysis, other short tech things that others don't. So that partnership gives us that leverage, to do that. And so it impacts on students positively. And they also have opportunities for internships with some of our partners, our tech partners, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the impacts on students. The second part?
Okay, have there been concerns, and how were they addressed?
Okay, concerns. Well, there have been no much concerns because the impact has been positive. The kind of concerns would have been with more money being have to pay, because we have to put in some sort of money so that we can pay our partners, but we ensure that it's not too much, it's something that is affordable. So that has mitigated such concerns.
Awesome, thank you so much. Mr. Fola, I want to ask, what motivates private companies to enter into partnership with higher education institutions? As a private company, what could be that I may be looking for so that those in the education institutions know, okay, this is what will motivate a private partnership, private company rather, to partner with us?
Okay, like I said earlier, the private entity is out there to do business. And of course, profit is the motive. Unlike the public sector, it's a non-profit organization. So marrying the two ends together requires something that you call a mutual agreement. So basically what really motivates the private sector is, look, we have a program, we have vision, we have mission statement, and we have our goals for the year. Now, part of the goal is to maybe carry out a certain research project that would, by the time the result is out, will provide required solutions to drive improved performance and revenue growth. So on that basis, you want to then look at which institution can actually carry out this research for us. That is talking about the private sector on its own. Now, the other part is there are other things when it could be part of their CSR, corporate social responsibility. That's another way whereby they reach out to the public, make themselves more visible to the global market. So by partnering with higher institutions, they believe that it provides an avenue for them to have a wider reach. So in terms of other factors that motivate them, of course, when you training is a critical factor for most organizations. And like the banks, at the early entry stage, they carry out a great number of trainings for their staff. So that could also be a motivation for them to partner with public institutions. And also, the institutions themselves do walk up to the private organizations they introduce certain research programs. They could invite them for donor programs. And of course, when you look at, by contributing to such donors, you are also contributing to your society. And of course, the government has some incentive in terms of tax when you contribute or donate to public institutions. So that avenue is there that actually motivates the private sector to go into partnership with the public institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that free consultancy. All right, sir. Professor Sule, sir, I would like to ask, how do you ensure that the public-private partnership aligns with the national educational goals and, of course, quality standards?
Okay. Thank you very much. You see, there is in the policy document, in the National Universities Commission, okay, they also have their ODL policy document. Okay. But at ABU Distance Learning Center, we also have our policy document. In fact, we have what we call a quality assurance manual. In the quality assurance manual, we have specified all the quality measures, all the steps to follow, from engagement of, in fact, from identifying a program to mount, okay? From identifying the program to mount, to engagement of staff, to deploying the program, okay? And then when you deploy the program, how to monitor the tutors and the students to make sure there is always active participation, okay? And then after exams, we also, on exams, we also have a law. We also have a quality, also have a policy document on administration of exams. Then we also have a policy document on how to get a feedback, okay? In fact, if you see our quality assurance manual, it is a complete manual of all the policy documents for engagement of staff, like I said, identifying programs up to graduation. We have, we know, we have a specified rule and regulation for all the steps, all the steps. That is in addition to the NUC's policy document that we always follow. I can give an example if the time permits. You want me to?
Okay, maybe a quick one so that I can take the last question.
Okay, a quick one. Take for example, in identifying a program to mount, what we do is we refer to our MIS. There will always be, at MIS, there will always be data of applicants to all the academic programs. So we look at it and see which programs is most subscribed and which the university cannot accommodate or enroll or offer admission to all the students. So that's how we admit. The same thing when we come to engage staff. We look at qualifications and then engage the most qualified staff. On deployment and then monitoring, we use the LMS, and then the LMS always have a backup. We give the backup checker to our quality assurance officer as well as our program coordinators, so they can go randomly at any time and see how each tutor is interacting with the student. There are so many steps. Sorry, just an example.
Thank you so much. I'm sure I can give you 1 hour for that. Prof, my just final question to you. What are the key performance indicators you use to evaluate the success of your PPPs in your institution?
Thank you very much. We have assessments, feedback assessments for the students, for instance. We have our partnership with EduTech is on LMS. So they give us what their experiences are with the LMS. What features worked, what features didn't work, what else do they want improved, okay? We have another partnership with a tech company that provides them with a global certification. How was the teaching done? And so from the feedback of the students and the staff that use the various services, we are able to, see their performance and know that, okay, this is what we want improved and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, I don't know if you have any last words for Mr. Folaji. Really, I'm sure there are some risks associated with PPPs, and how can they be managed and protected?
Come again, please.
Risk.
How can risks associated with the PPPs be managed in the interest of all stakeholders?
Okay. Well, in every engagement, there's always risk. The risk that things will not work as planned. And one of the ways to manage such risk with regards to PPP is that you have a clear agreement. Before you start your partnership, make sure you put everything on the table, have your discussions, have your agreements, and then you have your parameters for also measuring the success of your program, the extent to which each party will be involved. Once you define all that, that helps to mitigate the risk.
I want to thank every one of you for such providing such valuable insights on this discussion, and I hope that our listeners this afternoon are going away with something they take home for their institutions and future partnerships. Thank you very much.
With all those nuggets and free consultation, I thought the applause would be a whole lot louder. Please, a warm round of applause for all the insights shared. We truly appreciate this panel. It's so much we've learned from. Would like our moderator to just remain behind for the next. Our moderator, Ma, would like you to remain behind for our next panel, which will look at building sustainable edtech ecosystems, collaborations that drive innovation in education through technology. So if you enjoyed this panel session, I encourage you to stay back for our final panel session on day 2, right here at the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024, the epicenter stage. So this next panel will look at building sustainable edtech ecosystems, collaborations that drive innovation in education through technology. Join me in welcoming the Chief People Experience Officer at Leadway Group, Kumbi Adeoti. A warm round of applause, please. Also joining this panel session is Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, Research Fellow, elected council member at CIPM. A warm round of applause, please. We also have Dr. Kola Olugbodi, MD, CEO at Background Check International. Please, let's have your applause. Please, let's clap our hands. These people are giving of their time and their experience. We're not paying a penny, a dime, and we can just appreciate with our applause. And finally, we have a lecturer at Olabisi Onabanjo University in the person of Dr. Kemi Oluniola. A warm, resounding round of applause, please. And Dr. Kemi will have the honors of doing the moderation of this panel, which we know will be excellent, going by the last panel, timekeeping, engagement. And hopefully, if there's a bit of time, we might be able to take questions from the audience. Again, I've noticed a few seats that are empty. I would really appreciate it if you see an empty seat in front of you, particularly those at the back. Let's just move forward a bit. Please, let's all be seated. So I'll just give about 30 seconds. The lady in blue, the lady in brown, the gentleman in light blue. Please just move and fill up those empty seats. Again, to my left, the lady in purple, the lady in navy blue, the lady with the pink and yellow shirt. If you could just move and fill up those seats, that would be really appreciated. Thank you so much for staying behind. It's our final panel session here at the epicenter stage at the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024, day 2. So I'm hoping that towards the end of this session, we might be able to have time for questions and answers. But if we run out of time, I would really crave the indulgence of our panelists to wait behind for a couple of minutes so people can approach you to ask their questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and you're welcome to this panel session on building sustainable edtech ecosystem, collaborations that drive innovation in education through technology. And once again, Dr. Oluwakemi Oluniola, and I'll be moderating this session. And with me on the stage is Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, sorry for that, who is a research fellow and an elected council member of the CIPM. I also have Mrs. Kumbi Adeoti, right? Thank you very much, the Chief People Experience Officer at Leadway Group. And also with me is Dr. Kola Olugodi, MD, CEO, Background Check International. Thank you all for coming. Okay, so as we know, technology continues to transform the education landscape, fostering sustainable edtech ecosystem has become crucial for driving innovation and improving learning outcomes. So our panel this evening will be exploring the power of collaborations and how we could use this to build a thriving edtech ecosystem. So let's begin the exploration. I will be starting with you, Dr. Oluyemi. Permit me to call you that way. My first question to you, first and foremost, what are the latest trends and innovations in the edtech that holds promises for sustainability, and how can we ensure that these solutions remain adaptable to future technological advances and educational needs?
Okay, thank you so much for that question, Madam Moderator. Quite a number of initiatives and tools that are available. For example, we talked today about artificial intelligence, AI, and there are different types of AI and different tools that use AI at different levels. We also have machine learning. Okay, we have tools like augmented reality. And the good thing is that many institutions today are using some of these tools either in totality or partially. Also, students are also using it either officially or unofficially, as the case may be. The reality is that even our mobile phones today have tools like, for example, Meta, which you can almost ask questions and you can brainstorm and generate ideas. So these tools are available. We have those that are open source and you have those that you have to pay for. I think the reality is that we cannot do without these tools, but these tools should not replace thinking. It should be an enabler, something we are working in alignment with to improve and enhance the quality of teaching, quality of knowledge, and expanding our students' capacity to learn and to think. That will be my opening contribution.
Thank you very much for that. I want to come to you, Dr. Olugodi. Thank you, sir. Now, we're talking about building sustainable edtech ecosystem through collaboration. I think it's important that we know who these different stakeholders are. And so could you please highlight who these different stakeholders are that are necessary to build this sustainable ecosystem? And then also, how do we develop the ecosystem building strategies that will enable partners achieve their own growth goals?
All right. Thank you so much, man. Good afternoon, everyone. Number one, let me actually congratulate the organizers of this program. It's really very needful at this time. And now to the question, EduCheck or education in technology has changed everything. I remembered when I left university some years back and I wanted to do my master's. The biggest hurdle I had was I would have to keep traveling to do the master's. And, the day I made up my mind I was going to do my master's in Unilag, and I drove there that Saturday. It was raining cat and dog. And, I parked my car somewhere, went to check the list in another place. Cutting the long story short, before I got to where the exam was taking place, they had finished the first paper. The second paper was already half done. And this is bringing the importance of education, technology in education. Of course, for me to do the master's eventually, I had to do it online in a school not in Nigeria, So talking about the members of the ecosystem, of course, companies like EduTech is very important. And like some of the universities that have been talking, they also belong to that ecosystem. It's very important for the government also to be in that ecosystem in order to formulate policies and bring some level of regulations into that emerging industry. And of course, the commission in charge of protecting maybe students, privacy also needs to be in that ecosystem. Parents need to be there and guidance. So it's an ecosystem, that things have really changed. Parents these days needed to upgrade themselves because their children are all on the mobile or their tabs or even on laptops. So that's what I would say about the ecosystem for now.
Thank you very much. So we see we have a very wide range of stakeholders in the EdTech ecosystem. Developers, the end users, the government, and even the parents are not left out in this gist. And so especially because there's a tendency for technology companies to develop EdTech solutions in silos, just believe that this is a problem that they have the technology know-how to solve without actually the engagement of these different stakeholders. So Ma, I want to ask, we have what we talk about when we talk about industry and the town and the gown, relationship. The gown being the institutions and then the industry being. As expert in, or one who has vast experience in human resource, what are your thoughts on the volume of job openings versus unemployment rates? And how your thoughts also on equipping these graduates to be work-ready skills. Where does this collaboration come in?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and it's thank you to the organizers. It's a great pleasure to be here and to share thoughts, experiences. To the question itself, this has always been an interesting debate. I remember about a year ago, Lagos State also had a similar program around this and how we can harness what is available in the private sector to benefit the generality of the public around education in the Nigerian system. So what you find, as Dr. Olubode mentioned here, I think there's need for the different stakeholders to have a rethink and a receipt around our educational curriculum in Nigeria. I dare say, if you go into our universities today, you barely, if you review the manner of which education is being taught and delivered, compared to what you have as global best practices, you would have concerns. You would have concerns around the subjects, you would have concerns around content, and you will have concerns around fit for purpose in the terms of what you mentioned about gown versus down. And how is this really evidenced? This is evidenced by you looking at the number of organizations who now have to go ahead and create graduate trainee programs. Why? Because the output from our educational system, especially the tertiary educational system, because you have the primary, you have the secondary, and you have and all of these are feeder systems that we really need to look at and probably overhaul to fit the direction in which the world is going now. And when you look at the number of companies that run these graduate trainee programs, the average cost per head, most of these programs run between minimum of 3 months to 6 months to be able to reorientate, reskill, repurpose, to retrofit into the direction and the objective of the organization. That tells you that there is a major disconnect between our educational system and the requirement of the market. And I think this is something that we can delve more into. So the university commissions, the Ministry of Education, NUC, everyone has to sit down. There has to be a stakeholder meeting between the private sector, which incidentally I think is the largest employer of labor, whether you break it down into the small-scale industries, the medium-sized industries, and the large industries. That is where you have the highest employer of labor. Take, for example, even the vulcanizer that is down the street, who has 3 or 4 boys that are associated with him. How can this person upskill, upgrade, and utilize the skill that they have? And is it what is taught in the university system that is used by that roadside? The answer is no. That's the truth. So again, I think this is a deep conversation that we need to have, but that gives you context about what goes on, how much this organization expend after students who have been 4 or 5 years in the university system just to ensure that they are fit for purpose of the organization and then the future of what the economy requires. Thank you.
And so I think that was brings that third category. You have the employed, unemployed, and what they call the unemployable, even though they are graduates.
Absolutely.
Yes. All right. So let me come to you, Dr. Adeshu. So how can organizations collaborate with academic institutions and or professional training institutions to develop, like we just heard, this work-ready graduate skills for?
Okay, so I'll mention a couple of ways. First and foremost, businesses and organizations should allocate a budget for internship and COS. You have situations where some companies will say, oh, we don't have a slot. You must be intentional about creating slots for internship and COS. So perhaps maybe you can have a ratio or a quota to say, if you have 100 staff, you should be able to have 5 interns for every 100 staff. And when people come for internship, this is not the time to turn them to errand boys or girls. They should be allocated to departments, units, functions that are as closely related to their discipline as much as possible and as much as practicable. That is very fundamental. The second thing, which I'm going to also mention quickly, is the fact that organizations should earmark funds for research. And by allocating funds for research, both internal research and then research with the universities and tertiary institutions. Some of the richest schools in the world today, like Harvard, INSEAD, and co, have a lot of endowments from corporations. Now, when you identify a problem, say, for example, an organization that is into electricity, then you endow the electrical department of the University of Lagos. Bring your real-life problems there. There will be cross-fertilization of ideas and solutions will be batted. They should also sponsor things like hackathon, ideation context, and this should be frequent, either quarterly, biannually, and so on and so forth. This is very, very fundamental and important. And then there should be like exchange programs. For example, let lecturers go and do, we call it sabbatical. So instead of moving from University of Lagos to University of Ibadan, go and do your sabbatical in Nigerian buildings for 1 year. Go and do your sabbatical with the federal government for 1 year. That immersion into the real world of that period, when you come back to class, there will be a difference. For example, I went to University of Ilorin. One of my best lecturers ever, Professor Jimo, left Uni Ilorin for Central Bank and came back to University of Ilorin. Suddenly, the statistics he was teaching had meaning. There was nothing he taught us. He would say, this is what they use this for in CBN. And this is the same way. So you want this continuous ideation of town and gown. This is very critical. Last but not the least, I also like to say, most businesses, either they are CEO, they are founders, finish from schools. People should be engaged, involved in the alumni association. And through the alumni association, they should engage with the university governing council, with the university management with respect to sponsorship, providing equipment. You'll be shocked that today some universities don't have equipment that are up to date and compared to what you can find in the industry. We need to make sure that the line between the industry and the university in terms of equipment, we must turn it to zero. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful submission there. Thank you so much. Okay, so we just want to also keep in check that we are talking about collaboration that drives innovation in education through technology. So, sir, you've talked about your experience wanting to do masters, and you talked about challenges, and then you eventually did an online course. So I would like to ask you to share some of your experience on that successful technology integration at the university that you did, and how it impacted your learning outcome, also in regards to accessibility and, of course, equity in education. And I think I should just also add, did you face any challenge during your program using technology?
All right, thank you so much. All right, so I shared what happened trying to do my MBA in UNILAG. After that, I waited some years, and I was told my alma mater was also offering distance learning, and that's University of Obafemi Awolowo University. I was so happy because I thought distance learning means you are doing it online. So I subscribed for the executive MBA, and I now discovered nothing is online about it. I was traveling from Lagos to Ife every weekend.
That's another definition of distance learning.
Oh, so I actually learned that. I think I did that for some 2-3 months, and I said, no, this is not sustainable. And so I dropped out. Until a friend introduced Texila American University to me and said, oh, is it possible for me to do my MBA through them? And it's so beautiful. They have the LMS, the learning management system. I could actually interact with my lecturers, and everything was so beautiful. So for the first 2 or 3 years, I was through with my MBA, and it was fantastic. I didn't have any problem. So after the MBA, I said, wow, so education can be this interesting and easy. So I put in for my PhD. You know, so I mean, what I'm trying to say is that we have come to the age that education should not be like rocket science. Everybody should be able to have access to it. And then, of course, we that are employers of labor, one thing that keeps making some of the candidates we employ to stand out is that they have not just limited themselves to what they learned in the school. They've unlearned that, now they are relearning, because there are a lot of, facilities and platforms. There's Udemy there is Coursera, there's LinkedIn Learning, you know. So there are a lot of opportunities for a lot of even staff. I have some of my staff came in because they studied sociology. Now they discovered they were doing a lot of statistical things, and some of them started, they went online, started doing courses in data analytics. I have one of them here, she studied linguistics, now she's doing some things in tech. And that is because there is opportunity for education via technology, right from the comfort of their homes or even the offices. So that's actually been my experience.
Thank you very much. So now we know that we have this, like Mrs. Adiatu had talked about micro-credentials and all that. Being in HR, how has that impacted performance? Can you share any example of a successful collaboration that has impacted recruitment of work-ready graduates, or a combination of recruitment, training, or placements especially with technology integration, technology reliance?
Okay, so I'll give life examples in two dimensions. First is our agency workforce. We had technological partners because we realized that we need to upskill our agents. They are all over the country. And how do you bring 1,000 plus, about roughly 2,000 into one room? How much learning can you possibly make happen? But how do you create flexibility, because your agents also have to be on the road? They need to sell. How do you create that flexibility? There has to be learning on the go. And the learning has to be interactive. It has to be at the language of the, permit me, for those of us who know the Dummy series, yeah, it has to be at that level where even a child of age 6, 7 will pick up the learning and understand what knowledge you are passing through and application of that knowledge, including scenarios, simulations, that helps the agents to get that. What better thing can you use than technology, where you can cartoonize, you can gamify? And that was what we leveraged on. So that enabled us to be able to get our agents. So even if you're stuck on the go, you can actually go through all the learning platform, look for the information that you require, and you are able to sell, including learning sales series made available. And so that is through different technological partners that we had to make to be able to embed it and place it on our learning management systems. Beyond that, we're able to provide each agent with tabs so that you can also see real-time live sales. They can see how they are progressing, prospects, and guess what? That pushed up productivity because you are confident of what you're doing. You can access knowledge on the go where you require it, so you're not stuck in a rut. Neither are you confused about what is going on. Also, your line management, the agency line management, is able to see your pattern and able to also engage with you, even remotely enough, so that even when things are ongoing and we can see, we can quickly chat to you, give me 2 minutes, let me understand what is going on in this space. And then you get back on your feet and you get going. The second dimension of that, where we have seen that, is also through our graduate trainee programs. Of course, as you know, when you want to advertise, you are likely to get, and I think the one we had recently, we had close to 10,000 applications. How do you deal with that without technology? So, and then we also had partnerships as well. We worked with Workforce Group. We had leveraged on technology. We also partnered with CIIN, Chartered Institutes of Insurance of Nigeria, and I'm talking about the Leadway Insurance because we have many arms of the business. But it's not just CIIN. We also work with subject matter experts, because when we're recruiting, we're recruiting across the group. And so with that means we created our own ecosystem that would enable us get the best of talent, even where there is non-talent, because they're still the ones who are consistently on learning, relearning, and keep learning so that they can fit into the requirements of the organization. And that's what we did. And in fact, this time around, we scaled it up because of the concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We needed to be able to, maybe some of you are not aware, there has been laws that may subsequently be enforced for persons who are differently enabled in our society. So I don't say they are disabled, they're just differently enabled because there are capabilities they have that you don't have. And how do you ensure that even your testing process and everything that you have put across enables them also to be part of that process? We had to leverage on technology. So for example, we had quite a number of people who have sight challenges who were able to be part of that process. and it was accommodated as well. And so what we've seen in the past 2-3 sets of GT that we have had in the organization is we've seen accelerated growth. We've seen how quickly they get certified in their different subject matter experts. We see direct impact that relates to the company ROI, where you have to deal with revenues. And so that tells you that the manner in which you recruit and the manner in which you put in place developmental programs that help them accelerate through the different organizations directly fits into the bottom line. Thank you.
Okay, it's on. All right, I just tilt a bit. You've listened, there's some things I picked out from there. She talked about subject matter experts. She talked about ensuring accessibility. And, initially we had talked about the various stakeholders who should be in the room where an EdTech solution is being developed. When this is put into considerations and we have all those people in the room, how do you think this will impact on the students or employees who will be using that technology platform? And then secondly, after that, I would just like you to also add on how we could also use this technology to bridge the digital divide and ensure that the EdTech solutions are also accessible to underserved communities.
Thank you so much for this follow-up question. First and foremost, I would like to say here that the beauty of tech solution is that it brings access. Now, people learn differently. For example, I prefer to learn in the morning. When I say in the morning, I mean from like 4 a.m. to like 8. I can play the rest of the day. With tech, most tech is self-paced, so you can know the optimal time for you, wake up at midnight or stay up. So it helps in assimilation. Tech also helps you to collaborate differently. So for example, I'm sure a doctor, his students were from all over the world. Meanwhile, if he had come to Ife or stayed in Unilag, chances are he may not have any expatriate in his class. What am I saying? Tech brings you to the global space. You have people with different culture, different experience, different exposure, and this stimulates your creativity. Now, one of the good things with all these players in the ecosystem coming together is that the fundamental skills, so for example, when we talk about cognitive flexibility, when we talk about creativity, when we talk about problem solving, when we talk about innovation, tech is an enabler. Not only does it enable people to be able to think better, think faster, think differently, think outside the box, think in the box, shatter the box, as the case may be. Then tech now also has some, so to speak, there may be some challenges which I would like to speak to. So for example, it's now slightly easier to copy than before. But thankfully, tech too has turned it in that we can use to know whether you are the originator of the ideas that you are pushing, whether you did the assignment, the task for yourself. Now, speaking about inclusivity and inclusion, there is also a cost to tech. I remember many years ago, there was what we call Opoimo in Osun State. So the federal government, state government, and industry, and also, let me say, philanthropists must invest. Because we don't want a situation where it is only citizens in the urban areas. What happens to the people in the suburb? Now, this also ties to infrastructure. So which means we must ramp up on infrastructure, electricity. You need lights to use a tap. You mustn't have to go 2-3 hours journey to be able to power it. So all these stakeholders need to work together. And then things like solar energy, rechargeable phones, rechargeable tabs, solar-dependent tabs. So we need to continue to explore avenues to make these devices available and accessible. In addition to the devices themselves, the softwares. So we'll like to encourage more open source software. I know tech companies are in it to make money. They are not charity. But while you have, for example, business products, can you also have products for individuals or products for students, even if the level of functionality will be different. And this is to take into consideration. So if you are logging in to buy a tech product and you are from Osun State, for example, maybe your price regime should not be the same as Abuja, Port Harcourt, or Lagos. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much. So we're running out of time, but I really want to ask this because he mentioned a very key word here, investment. So I'm going to be asking you, Dr. Olugbodi. Now, we know that we have a lot of tech startups, tech startups, and I think one thing I would like to say is that we should be seeing more of collaborations than competitions because there's no need reinventing the circle. If, you know, for instance, I know for Vigilant, they have the platform. If you have a content, you can, you know, use the platform and all that. But investment is key. Yes. So how can we meet the investment and funding requirements for these innovations that he's talked about? And how can investors help ensure that these tech startups not only innovate, but sustain and scale their solutions?
All right, thank you so much. I know there are a lot of venture capitalists out there looking for all these tech startups to really invest into. But one thing I'm also aware of, as maybe due to my field in background screening, I've discovered that a lot of prospective investors are doing a lot of due diligence to be sure that even some of these startups have what it takes, or that even the product they are pushing out is worth investing in. But having said that, there's a lot of investment going on, investing into, more especially tech. The future of anything is technology. So every wise businessman or investor knows that that is what to go into. One of the things that have made the fintechs to really thrive up to now is that investors saw that this is a good land to really sow their seed, so to speak. And we saw the way the fintech world really sprung up and did well. Even though, just like what is happening to some of the tech, some of them cannot survive. You know, the test of time, they could not survive. So, when it comes to education and investment, I mean, this is something that cannot be compromised. COVID-19 taught us a lot of lessons in this country. In fact, now, almost everything, if you are thinking of coming up with a seminar or anything, your head is not thinking about the four walls like this. You're thinking of maybe Zoom or Google Meet or something else. COVID taught us that. And sincerely speaking, that has come to stay. And I know that just like EduTech has done so well, listening to what some of the institutions have said, and this needs to go beyond even the universities. You know, I was asking Dr. Adeosun if CIPM subscribe to EduTech, because I know they do a lot of training in CIPM, and I know how rigorous it could actually be. So using technology, investing into that, they can actually reach students even beyond the shores of Nigeria, you know. And then, of course, I belong to an association that we do a lot of trainings, and I know how difficult it can be, even though it's on Zoom. But you just need to create a time to be there. Why not create those courses, put them on maybe EduTech platforms, and let people go there by themselves? I don't need to keep repeating this every month. So those are some of the advantages, and I know that it's something that investors cannot play with when it comes to education and technology.
Thank you very much. All right, so just as a wrap-up, Ma, I know we've talked about very beautiful scenarios and benefits and all that. So what has been your biggest challenge, you faced in developing and scaling your technology solutions at your organization especially, and how did you overcome them?
So the greatest challenge is the fact that technology is always evolving. And because it's evolving, human beings are creatures of habit. Ever since you were taught to brush your teeth, do you know you grew into what is called unconscious competence, where you can close your eyes, enter your bathroom, and what? Start brushing your teeth. Now, someone comes back to you tomorrow and say, no, you do up and down. This time around, you can't use that toothpaste. As a matter of fact, your toothbrush is now automated. So all you have to do is put it on and it will change the direction of the brush. Guess what? You're going to just look at, what's this? Why do I have to do this? And so you find that with technology, it can be complex, but the complexity comes with the mindset of the user. And therefore, you consistently have to find a way to freeze habits, help people to transition into the new tech, and then unfreeze habits. Now, that is absolutely difficult. However, you have to keep at it, especially the rate for those of us 10 plus elite in 2001, when GSM technology came into the country, it was purely voice. And then a few months down the line, SMS came in. Data was unavailable until about 2-3 years down the line. Actually, what came in before data was MMS. And guess what? We started to adapt. And now you get you are expanding what data can do into video capabilities. So we moved from 2G to 3G and then into 5G. Now there are conversations of 6G. But guess what? All of that, what does it do? It brings efficiency into communication system. It's the same thing with the workplace. All the tools that are coming in brings in efficiency. The question is, how do you enable people to see what success looks like and how they play in that part of that success? If their mind can conceive it, then it's easier to change from that habit. And that's the methodology that we've adopted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're out of time, but I just want to thank you all for your very insightful contributions. It has been an amazing discourse. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So any questions for this panelists? Please don't let them go like that. No question? Okay.
Please let's give them another warm round of applause. And we'd like you to stand for a group picture. I can see the phonographers with their mobile phones taking their pictures. Please don't keep those pictures to yourself. Make sure you share them online using our hashtags. That's GTA Conference, and GTA Conference 2024. We just want to say a big thank you for staying with us. Some of you have been here before 9 a.m. and you're still here. We're really glad that you found your time here very worthwhile. We also want to say a big thank you to all our virtual attendees for joining us on day 2 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. We're now finished here at the Epicenter stage. So please don't be in a hurry to leave. We still have the exhibition area where you can engage with our exhibitors. You can find out more about their services. You can also network. Let's build those connections. It's all about global collaboration, local transformation. And even though this session is over here at the Epicenter, remember that there's day 3 tomorrow. We're going to be concluding with a power-packed day 3 session here at the Epicenter and other stages too of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. Please network. As you're exiting the hall, please remember to take all your personal belongings with you. Make sure you take your bags, your devices, your cards, everything. Please don't leave any of your personal items unattended to. And with that, I just want to say thank you for being such an engaging audience. It's really been my pleasure being the compere of day 2 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. My name is Isabella Adediji, and I look forward to having you all back here for day 3. Do enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Goodbye.